All right. I'm going to briefly recall Ms. Bridenstine this morning, and then we'll move forward with our experts.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Bridenstine.
Good morning.
Remain under oath.
Ms. Bridenstine, were you contacted by Mark Rabel, the attorney for Mr. Pritchard, yesterday afternoon?
Yes, he sent me an email and he let me know that Lacey Pritchard is watching the live stream of the hearing, and she told him over text message that she never gave money to Robbie Brown.
Commissioners, before we move on to experts, do you all have any other questions for Julie at this time?
I have one.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please clear up the relationship, it may be in the bills, I missed it, between Stephanie Whitson Randolph and Jonathan Whitson, the victim?
Yes, so in the trial transcript, she testified that they were dating at the time of his death.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that phone call.
She testified during Mr. Pritchard's trial that they were dating at the time of his death. At my deposition of her, she testified that they never had a romantic relationship, that other people were under the impression that they were dating, but they were not in fact dating.
Is her middle name Whitson?
Her last name is Whitson. Her maiden name.
I'm sorry. Is the name Stephanie Randolph Whitson or Stephanie Whitson Randolph?
Her name is Stephanie Whitson Randolph.
And she has the same middle name as the victim's last name?
My understanding is Whitson is her maiden name. Randolph is her married name, her current name. Before the trial, she got married to a man named Brandon Randolph. At the time this case was investigated, her name was Stephanie Whitson.
I'm sorry, I'm missing something. Jonathan Whitson is the victim.
They have the same last name, that's correct.
They do, and they're not related.
I do not know if they are related. I'm not aware of any close relationship, but I do not know why they have the same last name.
In the DA statement that we were provided, she's referred to as his wife?
They were, to my knowledge, they were never married.
Okay, thank you.
And so, if I recall correctly, I asked a question yesterday about why Jonathan Whitson was crying, and she said because she wanted to break up. That sounds a little at odds with whether they were boyfriend and girlfriend or not.
She, with the deposition, she testified something to the effect of she didn't want to hang out with him anymore and she didn't want to do drugs anymore, is my recollection of the deposition, but I would check the transcript.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just a reminder, and rather than pulling it up, she didn't want to do drugs anymore. Didn't she have, and isn't she in sort of under or was convicted of drugs in 2019?
That's correct.
Thank
Thank you.
Commissioners, you may recall that earlier there was testimony that the commission had retained Dr. Barbara Wolff, a forensic pathologist, as the commission's independent expert related to evaluating the autopsy and cause of death determination in this case. You were previously provided a copy of Dr. Wolff's report as handout 9, and her CV as handout 10. You'll want to refer to that throughout her testimony today. She is going to be via WebEx, and we are ready to call her as soon as Mr. Fitz can get her on WebEx.
All right, Dr. Wolff, are you there?
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Am I clear?
You are. Good. All right.
All right, good morning, Dr. Wolff.
Good morning.
Thank you for being with us this morning. My name is Tom Locke. I'm a Superior Court judge here in North Carolina, and I'm the chair of the Innocence Inquiry Commission. I assume you are sitting right now in Florida, is that correct?
I am.
All right. We do ask that testimony given to the commission be under oath or affirmation. I will confess to some reservations about my authority to administer an oath to someone who is presently out of state, but unless you have a notary public or someone else who may be authorized under Florida law to administer an oath to you, I'm just going to do this virtually. I generally ask that folks stand when administering, when taking oaths or affirmations, but if you stand, we'll lose sight of you. So if you would, I'll just ask you to remain seated and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before the commission this morning will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Is this your solemn affirmation?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to turn you over at this time to our executive director, Mr. Guy Smith.
Good morning, Dr. Wolff.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the commissioners about your education and experience?
Certainly. I took my undergraduate and my medical degree in a combined accelerated 6-year program at Boston University. Actually between Boston University and Harvard. After that, I had a 1-year fellowship. I then had several hospital staff positions before relocating to Albany, New York in 1990. At that time, I took the position of Director of Anatomic Pathology for Albany Medical College. And I was also working with the medical examiners and coroners in surrounding areas. In 1996, I decided to pursue full-time forensic pathology. So I stepped down from the directorship at the medical college, where I was also a full professor of pathology, to again pursue full-time forensics work. In 1997, I became the chief medical examiner for the county of Rensselaer, which is in the Albany area. And in 1999, I took the position of Director of Forensic Medicine for the Medical Legal Investigation Unit of the New York State Police. At that time, well, that was a part-time position, so I was also working with the coroners and medical examiners in roughly 20 states, 20 counties in the state of New York, predominantly on call for homicides. In 2001, I decided it was time to relocate to Florida. So I took a position in the medical examiner's office in West Palm Beach. 3 years later, I went to the office in Fort Myers. And then in 2007, I took my current position.
And what is your current position?
I'm the chief medical examiner for Florida's districts 5 and 24, which serve 6 counties in central New York.
Overall, how many years have you been working as a forensic pathologist?
Roughly 30.
And do you have any other professional positions?
Yes, I'm currently on the board of directors for the National Association of Medical Examiners. I also serve as the chair of their inspection and accreditation committee, which is the accrediting body for medical examiners and coroners throughout the country, and internationally in some cases. I serve as a commissioner on the Florida Medical Examiners Commission, the board that oversees the activity of Florida medical examiners. which was a government appointment. A government.
Do you have a,
Excuse me.
thank you. Do you have any academic appointments?
Currently no, but actually, we don't have a medical school in our district, so I don't. When I was in New York, I, as I said, was a full professor of pathology at Albany Medical College. And at times during my career, I also had academic positions at Boston University and Harvard.
And do you have any government appointments?
Well, I mentioned the Florida Medical Examiners Commission. I was previously the sole pathologist sitting on the Florida Child Abuse Death Review Committee. That I was on it for about 10 years, up to being the chairman. That board reviews all child deaths in Florida related to injury or neglect. While in New York, I was appointed by several governors to the New York State Commission on Corrections, which reviews all deaths of individuals in jails or prisons in New York, as well as the medical review board for the Commission on Quality of Care for the Mentally Disabled. That board reviews all deaths of individuals in mental health facilities throughout New York.
Do you have any scientific appointments or serve on any committees related to that?
Well, I already mentioned my work on the National Association of Medical Examiners. I am also a faculty member of the National District Attorneys Association and a faculty member of the International Firearms Specialist Association. Sorry.
Okay, and are you currently involved in, or have you previously been involved in any kind of scientific research or had any scientific publications?
Yes, to date I have somewhere in the realm of, I think, 130 peer-reviewed journal articles, abstracts, a textbook, and multiple book chapters.
And are those, any of those related to forensic or general pathology?
All of them would be.
Do you have any certifications?
Yes, I am board certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic pathology, hematopathology, which deals with blood and related organs, and in forensic pathology.
Approximately how many autopsies have you conducted during your career?
Somewhere in excess of 10,000.
Is there anything else that you believe that's important about your experience or education that we've not outlined today?
Not off the top of my head.
Great. Did you provide your report and a CV to the commission?
I did.
Do those documents outline how many times you've testified as an expert and in what types of cases?
I don't believe I submitted a list of cases. I can say that I've testified in most states in the country, in some cases in federal court, mostly at the county level.
Do you have specialized training or knowledge that you use in evaluating cases involving cause of death?
Yes, I do.
And is that part of what you've described to us today?
Yes, it is.
And approximately how many cases have you issued opinions on cause of death in your career?
Do you mean as a death certificate or in courtroom testimony?
Either or both?
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, the death certificates would be basically the same as the autopsies. that I've performed, somewhere in excess of 10,000. As far as courtroom testimonies, it's somewhere over 5,000, and the majority of those would include testimony as to cause and manner of death.
Thank you. When you make a determination of cause of death in a case, what are the principles and methods that you rely on?
Okay. That may vary widely depending on the type of death I'm dealing with. In some cases, an elderly person with a medical history, I may just perform a chart review. In other cases, I may perform a full autopsy with various laboratory studies as needed. And the extent and procedures of that autopsy would vary with the case.
Did you apply those principles and methods when you reviewed this case?
Yes, I did.
In this case, were you provided sufficient facts and data?
I was supplied with everything that, to my knowledge, was available. There were other materials that apparently weren't available, namely autopsy photographs.
Okay. And you outlined all of what you reviewed in page 1 of your report, is that correct?
Yes, but subsequent to the report, I've reviewed several additional expert reports and transcripts of depositions and interviews.
And did you also have a chance to review the microscopic slides that were made during the autopsy?
Yes, I did.
In this case, did you use all of those reliable principles and methods from your training and experience in forming your opinion?
Yes, I did.
Did you apply those principles and methods to the facts of the case as you understood them to be?
Yes, I did.
And based on your analysis in this case, do you believe you have specialized knowledge that will assist the commission in evaluating the autopsy that was performed by Dr. Hall and the cause of death of Jonathan Whitson?
Yes, I do.
Have you formulated opinions in the cases that are here before the commission regarding cause of death of Mr. Whitson?
Yes, I have.
And the report and CV that you provided to the commission, does it contain your opinions and the basis of those opinions?
Yes, it does.
Judge Locke, I would now like to tender Dr. Wolff as an expert in forensic pathology.
All right, then a tender certainly is allowed.
Thank you.
Dr. Wolff, when you were contacted by the commission staff, did commission staff make it clear that we were not seeking any particular opinion in the case?
Yes, they did. They indicated that they were a neutral body.
And did commission staff make it clear that they would present your findings no matter what those ended up being?
Yes, they did.
I'm going to turn to your report and just have you briefly describe what materials you reviewed in preparation for writing your report.
In general, with the exception of the additional materials I received after the report, the materials that I reviewed and took into consideration are all listed on page 1 and 2 of the autopsy, of my report. In general, they included the autopsy materials, autopsy slides, the only 3 photographs that were available, medical records, law enforcement and jail records, various expert reports and affidavits, and as well as the transcript of the trial of Mr. Pritchard and a deposition transcript from Dr. Hall.
And you've mentioned that you were provided additional materials after you issued your report in the case. What were those materials?
Those materials were depositions and an interview from 2 witnesses to the scene, as well as from an involved party, Ms. Whitson.
And did you also receive the other expert reports after you issued your report?
Some of them were subsequent, others were prior to issuing my report.
Did any of the additional materials that you reviewed change anything in your report or your opinions?
No, they did not.
What is your opinion in this case? What was the cause and manner of death?
My opinion is that the cause of death was morphine toxicity with the contributory condition of pneumonia, and that the manner of death was homicide. Excuse me, let me step back. And that the manner of death was accidental.
Are there any guidelines out there about how forensic pathologists should make interpretations?
Well, interpretations are largely based on experience and training. But as far as procedures and things to take into account and perform when doing an autopsy, there are numerous guidelines, including the National Association of Medical Examiners autopsy practice guidelines. In Florida, we have, similar to the name publication, the Florida Association of Medical Examiners practice guidelines. And then there are numerous valuable textbooks and journals.
And are those the same guidelines that are used in determining cause of death?
Yes,
How one
they are.
should determine cause of death?
Yes, they are.
Is it important for a forensic pathologist to be aware of the law enforcement investigation and what witnesses reported?
Okay. The easy answer to that is yes, but in some cases, it depends on the case. For example, I may not need law enforcement information if the death was totally medically related. So, but in general, yes.
Is that important, particularly in a suspected drug overdose case?
Yes, it is.
And why would that be?
Bit of a long-winded answer here. The interpretation of post-mortem toxicology and its bearing on cause of death is, in many cases, not straightforward. There are many variations in how a certain concentration of a drug or drugs should be interpreted or can be interpreted. And in some cases, we have to look at not just the concentration of the drug, which can be very different from death to death, but also at such things as medical history, the scene, and information about the circumstances of death. An individual may die of a certain toxicity of a certain concentration of the drug, or he or she may die of having the same concentration, but dying, for example, in a car crash. So drug-related deaths are not always straightforward and frequently need ancillary information.
What does the term tolerance mean in the context of a drug user?
Okay. Tolerance refers to the fact that in many cases with habitual use of a certain drug, the body develops what is called tolerance. That means that the given concentration won't have the same effect on the person, and the person will require a higher dose to receive the same effect.
And what happens to that tolerance when a regular drug user abstains from using drugs?
The tolerance would dissipate.
And is there any particular time period for that dissipation?
It would depend on the drug.
Is there any dissipation rate or anything like that that we can draw a conclusion to with respect to morphine?
I would refer that to a toxicologist.
Thank you. I want to turn now to Dr. Hall's findings and his testimony in this case, which you've had an opportunity to review. Is Dr. Hall a forensic pathologist?
No, to my knowledge, he is not board certified in forensic pathology, or was not. He is board certified in anatomic and clinical pathology, which deal with natural disease. But also, my understanding was that he would, on some occasions, perform essentially forensic autopsies for the medical examiner's office in North Carolina.
And so does one have to be board certified in forensic pathology in order to be called a forensic pathologist?
There's no standard answer to that. Some people would say that it requires board certification. Others might use the term for someone who has a great deal of experience.
Okay.
I guess the gold standard, though, is board certification.
What are the differences between an anatomic or clinical pathologist and a forensic pathologist?
Okay, actually, three different things there. Anatomic pathology is the basic field of pathology that deals with natural disease through the use of autopsies, the examination of surgical specimens such as biopsies, cytology such as pap smears, but they deal with natural diseases. Clinical pathology is a separate certification that deals with working with hospital laboratories such as blood banking, clinical history, clinical chemistry, and others. Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of anatomic pathology that requires training and experience in injuries to the body, and particularly in the evaluation of deaths that may not be natural in origin.
Did you agree with Dr. Hall's findings in this case?
I agreed with some of the findings rendered in his report. I disagreed with some of the opinions that he offered.
And can you explain that a little in more detail for the commissioners?
Certainly, and if I may, I'm referring to my report to refresh my recollection.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Hall rendered the cause of death, well, initially as pending, which is appropriate if the cause of death isn't obvious and he's waiting for laboratory studies. After receiving the toxicology report, he amended the cause of death to read morphine toxicity and the manner of death as accidental. I agree with that as it's stated, but I would also add that pneumonia, bronchopneumonia, was a contributing cause of death. In particular, with a drug such as morphine that depresses the central nervous system and therefore depresses heartbeat and respiration. Something else in the body that's impairing respiration may make the person more susceptible to the drug. In this case, pneumonia. So I would have included that as contributory. As far as opinions, Dr. Hall in the trial transcript, and I believe also in his deposition, testified that, and if I actually am quoting here, Mr. Whitson's urine concentration of 15 milligrams per liter indicates a lethal level of morphine. That is an opinion with which I respectfully disagree. Concentration of drugs and their potential effect on the body can only be interpreted from blood studies. Urine is considered outside the body, and the concentration does not accurately reflect the blood level. For example, if a person has had a lot of any liquid to drink, the urine will be more dilute, and that will change the drug concentration. In general, urine is used as a screen to see what might be in a deceased system, to be followed up by blood testing. So there is no such thing as a lethal concentration of a drug in the urine. It can corroborate the presence of a drug in the blood, but not that drug's concentration. The second opinion that I respectfully disagree with is Dr. Hall's opinion as to the pneumonia that was found in Mr. Whitson's lungs. He opined that pneumonia was a result of the morphine toxicity. He stated that in drug overdoses, there's often a lot of fluid in the lungs that we call pulmonary edema. That is true. It's a very non-specific finding that occurs because as the heart stops pumping slowly, blood backs up into organs. And you see it in organs such as the lung and liver. However, Dr. Hall said that this fluid in the lungs was a good medium for bacteria to grow on. There are two things here. First of all, pneumonia does not develop because the person has fluid in their lungs. The vast majority of drug overdoses that we see, and in my office now it's usually 4 or 5 deaths a day related to drugs. We see the edema without the pneumonia. It's a separate thing. Additionally, examining Mr. Whitson's microscopic slides that were prepared by Dr. Hall, it is my opinion that the pneumonia that he had was pre-existing, that he did not develop after the drugs he took on the afternoon, evening before his death. It happened. It started earlier than that. It's older under the microscope.
Thank you. Was there anything that Dr. Hall did not do that you would have done if you had conducted this autopsy?
Okay. The main thing that, and I'm not referring to opinions here, just procedures.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Hall took only 3 photographs of Mr. Whitson's face. He didn't take any photographs of Mr. Whitson's body. And that it is standard to take full body photographs in a forensic autopsy. Not having those photographs led to several questions that I was unable to answer, such as whether or not he had an abscess in his arm or elsewhere.
And so because of those lack of photographs, you felt limited in your review. Is that an accurate assessment?
In that regard, yes.
Do you normally feel limited in your review if you're reviewing cases where you weren't present at the autopsy?
Okay, I will say that it's always better to see the actual autopsy. However, it is the standard of practice for a forensic pathologist to document the findings in the autopsy, both in written form and with photographs, so that it can be reviewed by someone else if the occasion comes up, such as another forensic pathologist. So in most cases, although I would never say it wouldn't be better to see the body, but if procedures are properly followed, I am usually able to make my interpretations without difficulty.
Would you have obtained any cultures in this case?
Probably not, based on the information that I understand that Dr. Hall had at the time about the scene and circumstances of death. So at the start of the autopsy, individuals such as Mr. Ayers, the day Mr. Whitman arrived the night he was released from jail, indicated that he appeared in good health. Starting with that alone, I probably would not have initially performed cultures. However, when I was doing the internal examination and evaluating the lungs based on the degree of pneumonia that would be present and would be easy to see and feel with the naked eye, I then would have done at least lung cultures.
Did you say lung?
Lung, because of the pneumonia.
And if you had seen an abscess or cellulitis on his arm, would you have considered doing any cultures then?
Yes, I would. Under that circumstance, I would have attempted to take a culture of the abscess itself. And I would also have taken a blood culture to determine whether or not the deceased had what we call sepsis, which is a systemic infection after the organism, bacteria or virus, gets into the bloodstream and travels to the various organs.
And is a culture the best way to tell whether someone has sepsis?
Yes. And
so
again, in the decedent.
Thank you. Can you tell the commissioners what a culture is?
Okay. A culture is taken as either blood drawn from a blood vessel or a swab taken of an abscess or some other tissue that is then submitted to the microbiology laboratory. And essentially they treat it to see if bacteria or other organisms grow. And that may take, several days or more.
I'm going to turn back now to some of Dr. Hall's findings. He had found that Mr. Whitson had acute pneumonia at the time of death that was, I believe, developed because of the morphine. You have already indicated that you do not think that the pneumonia was a cause of the morphine, but was there prior to the morphine.
If I may rephrase, I'm sorry. The morphine did not cause the pneumonia.
Thank you. Is the pneumonia that you were seeing acute pneumonia? Is that how you would describe that?
Well, this will be a bit of a long explanation. There was a lot going on in Mr. Whitson's, in his lungs under the microscope. Probably the best way to classify it would be acute and chronic pneumonia. What Mr. Whitson's lungs showed included things that we see under the microscope that are called granulomas. They are small nodules composed of cells that come from the body, try to eliminate foreign material. In this case, the granulomas contained material that had the appearance or was consistent with crushed pill fragments. And that certainly doesn't develop overnight. It takes time. I don't know how much time, but definitely not a day or two. He also had some areas of aspiration. That means it essentially refers to a situation where someone, something goes down the wrong pipe, some people say. Contents of the stomach may actually get into the respiratory system and then set up a reaction against it. He had a component of that as well. Whenever there's something in an organ that's not normal, the body reacts to it and tries to eliminate what's not normal, including pill fragments or stomach contents or bacteria or viruses, which is the third component here. He had, as far as the acute side, he had what are called acute inflammatory cells in the lungs, indicating that a recent reaction was set up not only to the foreign material, but also something in his system. So, yes, he had acute pneumonia, but he had chronic factors in his lungs as well.
And when you say chronic factors, can you just describe that a little bit more?
Well, the granulomatous reaction and to the what appears to be pill fragments, as I said, is not something that would develop in a day or two. So chronic means longer than at or about the period of
I'm sorry, the period of,
death.
can you repeat the last? Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, chronic refers to something that developed over time, not something that occurred at or about the time of death.
Thank you. Are you able to characterize how extensive Mr. Whitson's pneumonia was?
I would describe it, as did Dr. Hall, as moderate. On a scale of mild, moderate, or severe, I would say moderate.
Can you tell us the difference between, we've talked about acute pneumonia, but the difference between that and aspiration pneumonia?
Well, aspiration pneumonia can be acute. If someone aspirates foreign material near the time of death, the body will react to it. And that could be also an acute process. But pneumonia without aspiration would just be the inflammatory cells without foreign material.
So the aspiration indicates some kind of foreign material.
Yes, typically gastric content.
And what, if anything, can you say about the features of aspiration that you saw here in terms of timing, when that might have occurred?
No, I cannot.
You did see the features of aspiration in Mr. Whitson's slides, correct?
Yes, I did.
Is acute pneumonia a common finding in drug overdose cases, as Dr. Hall has stated in this case?
No, it is not. And if we do see it, it's a completely separate process.
What about aspiration pneumonia? Is that a common finding in drug overdoses?
Occasionally, we more see it in people, elderly people who are neurologically impaired. It's not something we often see in drug overdoses.
How does aspiration pneumonia contribute to death in a drug overdose case?
As with all the pneumonia active here, pneumonia, if it's severe enough, adds difficulty in breathing. And it would add to the central nervous system effects of the drug. If that drug is, for example, morphine, a central nervous system depressant.
How long does aspiration pneumonia take to develop?
There's no answer to that. It's certainly not immediate, or I would say at or about the time of death, because it does take some time for the body to react to the foreign material. And it's that reaction that we call pneumonia.
And when you say some time to react, I mean, can we characterize that in any way? Are we talking hours, days, longer than that?
Referring specifically to aspiration, I would say hours to days.
Hours to days?
Yes.
The choices here are from this.
I'm about to remedy the situation with the air conditioning. I can't hear anymore, so we're working on that.
There's no in between.
Apologies, Dr. Wolff. We have a bit of a air conditioning and heat situation going on in our room here. Yesterday we were boiling. Today it's pumping out air very forcefully.
No problem.
What about pulmonary edema and congestion? Is that common to see in overdose deaths?
It's very typical of overdose deaths, but it is also, as I explained earlier, a very non-specific finding. It's just a reflection of the fact that the heart didn't stop pumping immediately, such as in gunshot wounds to the heart, but stopped more slowly and not pumping effectively toward the end, and therefore fluids back up into organs. That is pulmonary edema. Sometimes we see congestion of the liver, and we see it in numerous types of deaths where there's not a sudden stop of the heart. Drug overdoses, heart attacks, drowning, etc.
And you may have answered this before, but is pulmonary edema and congestion related to pneumonia?
No.
Could Mr. Whitson's acute pneumonia have been caused by morphine?
No, in my opinion, the process had started earlier than his ingestion of the morphine.
Are you able to tell when he developed the acute pneumonia?
No, I can't. All that I can say is, well, there were components of the pneumonia that may have been days old, as well as older, maybe weeks to months, being the granuloma with the foreign body reaction.
I'm going to turn to the toxicology report, understanding you're not a toxicologist and we do have toxicologists who will testify. You've talked about this a little bit, but just to clarify, what does the level of 15 milligrams per liter of morphine in the urine indicate to you?
That concentration only indicates that the drug was or is present at the time of death in the person's blood. The concentration itself is meaningless to me.
What is the designation of ethanol at 40 milligrams per deciliter in the aorta blood mean?
40 milligrams per deciliter is a low level of alcohol that may indicate that the person ingested some alcohol at some point prior to death. In a decomposed individual, it might indicate nothing, it might be a post-mortem artifact because the body produces bacteria as it decomposes. And sorry, I think alcohol, my fault. So bacteria can produce alcohol. But in the case of Mr. Whitson, there was no evidence in the indications that he was decomposed described in the autopsy. So my opinion would be that at some point prior to his death, he had ingested some alcohol.
Can you tell based on just that information whether or how much he had consumed alcohol?
No, I can't, because we know from the circumstances and the testimonies of witnesses that Mr. Whitson was sleeping for a period and heard snoring loudly before he was found dead. That would give the time for the body to start to, or completely eliminate the alcohol. So without knowing when the alcohol was consumed, I can't tell you at what concentration that would have been at that point. It would obviously have been higher because it will go down with time.
Can you tell how much morphine Mr. Whitson consumed?
No,
Can you tell when he consumed morphine based on the trace finding in the femoral blood?
no,
Can you draw any conclusions from that designation of trace morphine in the femoral blood?
just that it was present, although not quantifiable, and that is confirmed by the finding of morphine in the urine.
And that's because when we see morphine in the urine, we know that that has metabolized out of Mr. Whitson's system. Is that accurate?
It's been excreted, yes. It's out of his system.
So at some point, then, it was in his system.
Correct. Both the blood and the urine toxicology confirm that.
What, if any, conclusions can you draw from the toxicology report that you've reviewed, in addition to that?
That's basically it. That, and I'm sure toxicologists will have much more to say, but what I would conclude, looking just at the toxicology, is that morphine at some point was present in the body in a higher concentration than just the trace that was identified at autopsy. And we already spoke about the alcohol.
You reviewed the medical records from Mr. Whitson's hospital stay in December 2010. Could the cellulitis and probable abscess that he is described as having in those records contributed to his death?
That's a very difficult question to answer because largely of the lack of photographs and a more detailed description. Several witnesses indicated that at or about the time of death, his left arm was swollen. That indicates that an infection could be present. But again, I don't have any photographs to look at. However, again, this is a case where we need to look at other information than just the autopsy and toxicology. The description of, for example, Mr. Ayers, who picked him up on that night after he was released, is that he looked good, healthy. That would indicate to me that he was not septic, which means he did not have an infection involving his entire body. Therefore, the abscess itself, in my opinion, if it was present, would not have been a contributing factor to death.
Can you tell the commissioners what sepsis is?
Sepsis is when an infection, either bacteria, virus, or some other organism, gets into the bloodstream and then spreads throughout the body. And you may get many organs affected by the drug in the body. I'm sorry, bacteria or virus, and the person would be clinically sick. High fever, problems with the lungs. It would be a total body infection, essentially.
And can sepsis cause death?
Yes, Ken.
Can an abscess ultimately cause sepsis?
Yes, it can.
Do you know if Mr. Whitson had sepsis?
I can't give the definitive answer without cultures done at autopsy, but based on observations of people who saw him prior to his death, my opinion is that he was not septic.
And so how would you determine if he had sepsis? Is that just through the cultures?
Yes, or evidence of infection in other organs. You could see inflammatory cells, the body's response in other organs such as liver, etc. You would see it under the microscope. In this case, outside of the lungs, I did not see evidence of infection.
And you had slides from various organs, is that accurate?
Yes, I did.
Which organs were you able to review slides for?
Pretty much all of them. All the major organs.
What contributed to the cause of death in this case?
In my opinion, the cause of death was morphine toxicity with the contributing condition of pneumonia.
What are the most common signs that indicate a person died from a morphine overdose?
A very typical scenario is someone that lapses into a coma, may appear to be sleeping, and it's frequently the loud snoring is described, and then they die. So it would depend on when in that process the person was observed. But typically with a narcotic, an opiate, which morphine is, because it depresses the central nervous system, initially the person might appear uncoordinated, coughing, fever, etc. But that would only indicate that something secondary was going on. The signs and symptoms of just pneumonia are a morphine overdose is usually lapsing into sleepiness, unconsciousness, and death.
How common are cases in which a trace of a drug is found in the blood and the drug is ruled to be the cause of death?
It's not the most common scenario, and that's why when we do see something like that, we have to look back at information as to how the person was behaving ahead of time, and if there was a prolonged period where the person may have been metabolizing the drug, reducing the level, which in Mr. Whitson's case, he did have that prolonged period.
From the materials that you reviewed, what things did you see in this case that are consistent with drug overdose deaths?
Okay. First of all, the history. Secondly, the findings of pulmonary congestion and edema, a congestion in other lungs seen in the autopsy slides, and the circumstances. I think I already mentioned that. The toxicology, in light of the circumstance that there was a prolonged period of sleeping before he died.
And are any of those things consistent with deaths other than those caused by drug overdoses?
Well, there, various poisons, toxins, anything that would cause the heart to pump slowly can cause that congestion and edema. It's a non-specific finding, so we have to rule out what we call a competing cause of death, meaning something else that the person could have died of. In this case, outside of the lungs, his organs were anatomically normal. The lungs, in my opinion, had, as I said, the moderate pneumonia. That could have progressed, but in my opinion, was not severe enough, nor was he clinically sick enough to have caused death at that point. So we have to look at everything, including the circumstances, the autopsy, the toxicology, medical history, if there is any, and interpret them all together in light of the case.
Thank you. Dr. Wolff, was morphine a contributing factor in Mr. Whitson's death?
Yes, it was.
Did morphine directly contribute to his death?
Yes, it did.
Was acute pneumonia a contributing factor in Mr. Whitson's death?
In my opinion, yes.
Did acute pneumonia directly contribute to his death?
It contributed, yes.
Can you tell if the pneumonia that Mr. Whitson had could have alone killed him?
My opinion, based on the degree of severity and the lack of significant clinical symptoms, is that pneumonia would not have caused death at that point. If it progressed, it could have caused death if it got worse, if he got septic. But in my opinion, it did not cause, it would not have alone caused the death at that point.
Can you tell if the morphine that Mr. Whitson used could have alone killed him?
If it could have, yes. Alone,
Would
yes.
it have?
There's no way to tell that.
Could Mr. Whitson have died without the morphine?
There is no reason that he would have died at the point in time that he did without the morphine. As I said earlier, later on, if the pneumonia progressed and he didn't get treatment, he could have died, but not at the time and in the circumstances of his death.
If Mr. Whitson had not had morphine, trace morphine in his blood at the time of death, what would you have ruled the cause of death to be?
That's tough. because it's hindsight. If he had had nothing in his system and only the pneumonia, I would probably have called it pneumonia, or I might have called it undetermined, but probably pneumonia, although I would be surprised because it doesn't seem to be severe enough. But different people react differently to different insults to the body.
And does your answer change at all if we saw morphine in the urine, but no trace morphine in the blood?
Essentially, no, because the urine would indicate that the morphine was present at some point in the blood. So the urine confirms that it was in his blood. And after ruling out other potential causes of death, I would still, and if he had the long period of essentially sleeping it off, I would still have concluded that morphine toxicity was the cause.
If Mr. Whitson had not had any pneumonia at the time of his death, what would you have ruled the cause of death to be?
Morphine toxicity.
What does competing cause of death mean?
Okay, I got into that a little bit earlier. Competing cause of death refers to something else in the body that could have caused death. For example, with the drug case, because we can't interpret just the concentration alone, I would want to make sure that there was nothing else that caused his death, heart disease, whatever. As an example, if a person has cancer that's spread throughout their body that they could easily have died of, but shot themselves, committed suicide, the cause of death would still be that gunshot wound, even though at some point, if he had not had the gunshot wound, we would have expected him to die from the cancer. In this case, we don't know if he would have died as consequences of the pneumonia because we don't know, if he had lived at that point, gotten worse, got treatment, then he may have survived. So in this case, I would not consider the pneumonia a competing cause of death, but a contributory. And other, by the autopsy and the microscopic slides, other contributing causes of death were ruled out. He didn't have liver disease, he didn't have kidney disease, all the other organs were normal.
Dr. Wolff, was morphine the but-for cause of Jonathan Whitson's death? Meaning, but for the morphine, Mr. Whitson would have lived.
Okay, the answer is yes, but that's a qualification. He would have lived, he would not have died at the time he did. You know, I'm being a little facetious here to kind of bring the point home. I mean, he could have woken up, walked down the street and got hit by a car the next day. So I can't say how long he would have lived, but I can say that he would not have died at that point without the morphine.
Is there a difference between how a forensic pathologist determines cause of death and the legal definition surrounding causation?
Okay. I don't exactly know what the legal definition is, but I can tell you that for a forensic pathologist, the cause of death is that which sets the process in motion toward death that results in death.
How confident are you in your cause of death determination in this case?
I am confident to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
And is that determination in this case based on the information that you have before you, understanding that there are things that you are missing, like photographs, of the body that you didn't have for your review?
That, yes, my opinion is based on everything I have in front of me.
Commissioners, that is all of the questions that I have for Dr. Wolff. I'm sure that you all have questions. I would just request that you state your name before you ask your question so she knows who's asking the question.
Dr. Wolff, this is Tom Locke, I'm the chair of the commission. I'm going to ask just 2 or 3 questions that will seem fairly redundant, but I'm going to couch them in the legalese. You stated that you do hold your opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Is that correct?
I do.
All right. Now, one of the most important issues before this commission, obviously, is the proximate cause or causes of the decedent's death. Under North Carolina law, proximate cause is defined as a real cause, a cause without which the death would not have occurred. And there may be more than one proximate cause of death. So is it your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that morphine toxicity was a proximate cause of the decedent's death?
Yes, it is.
And is it also your opinion that morphine toxicity was the primary proximate cause of his death?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you very much.
Good morning.
Commissioners?
Good morning, Dr. Wolff. My name is Bobby Kimbrough. I'll try to be brief, but I have about maybe 3 or 4 questions.
Certainly.
I just want to make sure you said that you reached this conclusion based on the information or based on the evidence that you received. So I guess my question would be that if you had been provided more material, more evidence, more pics, could you or would your opinion have changed?
In my opinion, no, it would not. The main question being whether or not he had an abscess. However, based on the clinical, meaning descriptions of Mr. Whitman before his death, I have no reason to believe that that abscess was a contributory factor, if it existed. The pictures would have enabled me to answer that question, but it would not, in my opinion, have affected my opinion of the cause of death.
I guess my next question is, we've heard so much about heart conditions or hole in the heart. Based on what you observed, or had you been present, or had you had the body, could we have determined whether or not he had any heart conditions or things that would cause him?
Just a sec. As far, here I'm limited by taking Dr. Hall's description at face value, and I have no reason not to. But if there was a hole in the heart or coronary artery disease, that would have been seen at the autopsy. And there was no description in the autopsy or finding on the microscopic slides. Well, the hole in the heart would be seen. The coronary artery disease could be seen both with the naked eye and under the microscope. It is very common for young children to have findings that suggest they have what's loosely called a hole in the heart. But in most cases, those resolve as the child grows. And no hole in the heart was found at autopsy.
And so I guess my next question would be, and I guess you kind of, you said the pneumonia existed prior to the morphine, correct?
Correct.
So then my last question would be, minus the pneumonia, could he have survived the usage of morphine found in his body, minus the pneumonia?
Okay. There is no answer to that. The reason being that there's so many individual variations in how one is affected by a drug that we can't look at just the presence of the drug. I have no way of knowing what the concentration was before he metabolized the drug to the level that it was found at autopsy. So unfortunately, there's no absolute answer to that.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Certainly.
Right now. No, go ahead. All right, Mr. Glazer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Doctor. My name is Rick Glazer. I appreciate your extraordinary experience and qualifications and your exceptional testimony today, and thank you for it. I just have three groups of questions. One is, have you had a chance to read Dr. Holstead's report?
Dr.
Holstead.
Holstead's report.
I do not recall, but I would have to look and see if I had that. May I ask what his specialty is?
He's a medical toxicologist.
A medical toxicologist. Okay. I am sure that I was given that report. I do not recall his specific opinion.
All right, well, that takes care of the second question then, which I was going to ask you if you agreed or disagreed with his opinions. So,
I can certainly answer if you give me the opinion, whether I agree or disagree.
I'm getting there. His main opinion is based on the information available to me at this time, with limitations of the autopsy performed, the cause of death would be better listed as acute bronchial pneumonia with pulmonary emphysema as a contributing factor. The manner of death would therefore be listed as natural.
For all the reasons we discussed, I respectfully disagree with that.
All right, thank you. Do you remember reading Dr. Roberts' report?
Yes, I did.
Do you have an opinion about whether you agree or disagree with the opinions Dr. Roberts expresses?
Well, and Dr. Roberts expressed a number of opinions, but as far as her overall opinion to the cause of death, I would disagree.
Thank you. I have last series of questions. When you're describing morphine toxicity, is that a description based on the history of prolonged usage and what you're seeing, that is the toxicity is the body buildup over time?
No, sir. Toxicity refers to, I guess the more colloquial term is overdose. So the morphine toxicity is referring to what's happening at or about the time of death.
Thank you.
Mr. Bob.
Dr. Wolff, I'm John Boswell.
Good
I'm
morning.
one of the commissioners. What was the actual mechanism of death in your opinion?
Okay. Mechanism, when you're dealing with an opiate or a narcotic, as morphine is that they are central nervous system depressants. Other drugs like cocaine stimulate the central nervous system. The brain has areas that control bodily functions, including heartbeat and respiration. So in a case where the cause of death is solely an opiate toxicity, it would be that depression of the centers of the brain cause the heart and lungs to function to be depressed and eventually cease. In this case, we have the added, I would say, insult or finding in his lungs of the pneumonia, which would also make breathing more difficult. And that's why I would say it contributed.
So was it the case that those two things put together just simply caused him to stop breathing and his heart to stop beating? Is that a layman's expression of what happened?
Yes.
Okay. We had Dr. McNamore testified yesterday that she believes that the victim aspirated, vomited, and some of that stomach matter went into his lungs, and that caused aspiration pneumonia, and that could have resulted in as little as 2 or 3 hours. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't. I think it would take longer than that.
Okay. She also indicated that the granulomas that she saw in the lungs, at least some of them, had been there such a short period of time that the lung had not had the opportunity to sort of attack it and create, some sort of a encapsulation. Did you see any of that yourself?
Yes, I did.
In other words, were some of the granulomas there for a long time and some shortly?
Yes, although how shortly, I would not say at or about the time of death, because there's still a body reaction, even though they're not encapsulated. But essentially, yes, there were acute, meaning recent, and chronic, meaning older granulomas.
We heard, I think, more than one witness indicate that the victim was snoring. And what does that indicate to you?
Okay. Without knowing if he snored under normal circumstances, I can't draw a definitive conclusion. However, a typical scenario that we often hear from witnesses of people who die of overdoses is that before they're found unconscious or dead, they have a period of abnormally loud or prominent snoring.
And what causes that snoring? How is the snoring related to, opioid toxicity?
I can't answer that. We see it not just with opiates. It can occur with any variety of drugs.
Okay.
It's just it indicates a prolonged period. But the anatomy that causes the snoring, I'm sorry, I don't know.
And then one of the points we learned yesterday is that at the time this autopsy was done, some of the samples were shipped just by U.S. mail, and it wasn't uncommon for alcohol to be found in a sample because I guess it fermented during shipment. Does that seem like at least a plausible reason why there could be alcohol in some of the samples?
Okay. Well, I mentioned earlier that decomposition can cause bacteria to grow, and bacteria can produce alcohol. However, when we do an autopsy, at least nowadays, we put samples of blood, other organs, and fluids into test tubes with particular preservatives that should stop that process of decomposition. So not knowing what was done in this case, I can't answer that, but it is possible.
Thank you very much for your testimony and your time.
Mr. Perry, did you have any questions?
Just request 5 minutes.
All right. Other commissioner reports? Question.
Question vote.
Doctor, could you bear with us while we take about a 5-minute recess for a comfort break?
Certainly.
All right. We'll be in recess then for about, let's keep it about 5 minutes if we can. We'll come back to order. Dr. Wolff, thank you very much for bearing with us. I believe Commissioner Bass had a couple of questions.
Hi, Dr. Wolff. My name is Scott Bass. I think I only have two questions. One is, what is the difference between pneumonia due to morphine toxicity versus pneumonia due to morphine intoxication?
Those two terms would be, those two phrases would be interchangeable.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing, is it possible? Have you seen heavy use of alcohol contribute to death in a fashion similar to what you've concluded morphine did in this situation?
Alcohol is also a central nervous system depressant. So yes, in very high levels, it could present a similar circumstance.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? Anybody? Well, Dr. Wolff, I think that was it then. Thank you again very much for your work in this case and for being with us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Jason, ready? Dr. Bohanick, ready? It says he's ready. Commissioners, while Mr. Fitz is working on the technology, you may recall earlier that there was testimony that the commission had retained Dr. George Bohanick related to evaluating the toxicology testing that was conducted in this case. You've previously been provided with a copy of Dr. Bohanick's report as handout 11 and his CV as handout 12.
Oh, thank you.
You will want to refer to that throughout his testimony. And as soon as he is available to be on the screen, we are calling Dr. George Bohanick. Commissioners, we have alerted someone as to the temperature here, and they said they will work on it.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Dr. Bohanick. Can you hear us?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Good morning, Dr. Bohanick.
Good morning.
I'm Tom Locke. I am a Superior Court judge here in North Carolina, and I'm chair of the Innocence Inquiry Commission. Testimony before the commission must be under oath or affirmation. So I'm going to ask that you raise your right hand You swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give before the commission this morning will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Is this your solemn affirmation?
I do.
Thank you very much, sir.
Dr. Bohanick, I don't know if you can see us, but we can see you. My name is Lindsay Guy Smith. We've spoken previously. I'm the executive director here at the Innocence Inquiry Commission. I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and then when I'm done, we've got commissioners around the table who also may have questions for you, okay?
Yes.
Could you just briefly describe for the commissioners your education and experience?
My educational background, beginning with my undergraduate degree, was from the Citadel. I graduated in May of 1980 with a degree, Bachelor's of Science in Biology. I completed a Master's of Science degree from Hahnemann University in Philadelphia in 1983. The area of specialty was pathology. And my permanent degree, my highest earned academic degree, is the PhD in pharmacology and toxicology from St. John's University in New York, which was awarded in 1997.
And tell us about your employment history.
My employment history began with an interim transitional year as a research associate with the United States Army Medical Research Institute of Chemical Defense. That was in Aberdeen, Edgewood area, Maryland. I completed that in 1998 and began my tenure as a forensic scientist, forensic toxicologist with the Virginia Division of Forensic Science, Western Laboratory in Roanoke, Virginia. That time span included from October of 1998 up to December of 2004. In January 2005, I assumed duties as the Director of Forensic Toxicology at UMass Memorial Medical Center in Worcester, Massachusetts, Department of Hospital Laboratories. Our laboratory was charged with the responsibility of conducting all post-mortem toxicological analysis for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. In November of 2009, I became affiliated with, at the time, the laboratory was known as AIT Laboratories, headquartered in Indianapolis, Indiana. And I have been in continuous employment with that group since. Now, in July of 2016, the forensic business unit from AIT Laboratories was purchased by an independent group of investors incorporated as Axis Forensic Toxicology. And that is when I assumed duties as the director and forensic toxicologist to this current day.
How long have you been working as a forensic toxicologist?
23 years.
Do you have any professional positions other than that employment or other professional affiliations?
I have professional membership affiliations with the Society of Forensic Toxicologists as a member, and with the American Academy of Forensic Sciences Toxicology section as an associate member.
Are you currently involved in any scientific or specialized research?
That is not a primary duty right now. Obviously, we are a service laboratory that does post-mortem toxicology, but because of the nature of our work, there is certainly an academic or research interest in a lot of the things that we're doing. For example, right now, I have a manuscript where I am first author on, which is pending acceptance with the Journal of Analytical Toxicology, awaiting several revisions. And that work basically is based on our experience as an outsourced toxicology laboratory with our case experience. So we do publish actively in that regard.
Do you have any certifications?
I do. I am board certified by the American Board of Forensic Toxicologists. I hold the title Fellow, American Board of Forensic Toxicology. I gained that certification in 2004 and have successfully requalified several times since.
Is there anything else you believe is important about your experience or education that I've not covered with you so far today?
No.
Did you provide a report and a CV to the commission?
I did.
Do those documents outline how many times you've testified as an expert and in what types of cases?
There was a separate request for the number of testimonies rendered. Today, currently, this is my 55th testimony since 2011. Testimonies in terms of court or hearings primarily are on behalf of the state or prosecution, only because of the nature of our clientele. We service medical examiners and coroners, and the nature of those investigations are such that they are primarily driven by state's attorney offices, district attorneys, and so on. So that's how that particular division of labor would fall out. I also testify in civil cases, and in civil cases, I have testified on both behalf of plaintiff and defendant.
What is your specialized training or knowledge that you use in evaluating toxicology testing?
So the simplest way to state it is that the knowledge and experience that's applied in evaluating a case and trying to interpret a case is represented by the cumulative knowledge that's been gained over the years. And that includes my experience as working as a bench toxicologist in Virginia. It includes my experience as being a testifying toxicologist both in Virginia and Massachusetts prior to coming to AIT/Axis Forensic Toxicology. It includes the cumulative body of knowledge acquired through my formal education and PhD program, as well as continuing education efforts through attendance at various continuing education workshops and sponsored events by the professional organizations I outlined. For example, I attended a workshop in September at the SOFT meeting, Society of Forensic Toxicologists meeting in Nashville. That was an all-day workshop, and it was on the emergence of the novel psychoactive substances, which are a particularly big problem right now in the United States. Additionally, I stay abreast of what's in the current literature. And I also have at my disposal my peer toxicologists that I can talk with throughout the country. So it's a cumulative body of experience, formal training, education, continuing education, a knowledge of the literature, scientific literature, the authoritative texts that are related to our field that come to bear when you're looking at a case.
Thank you. When you evaluate toxicology testing, what are the principles and methods that you use?
Well, certainly when it's something done internally from our laboratory, we are an accredited laboratory. So all of our analytical methods have been vetted or validated in terms of performance. This would include things like limits of linearity, limits of detection, interferences, and so on. We would certainly look at raw data in terms of quality control, calibration data. So those are the upfront kind of things that are looked at when you're making a case. Now, in an instance where I am asked to look at work from another laboratory, obviously I'm going to look at the methods that were employed in testing. I will certainly review those in terms of, do they meet or are they in line with what we do as an industry? Are they acceptable, good laboratory practices in forensic toxicology? And do the procedures and processes follow in good order? And are they consistent with good laboratory practice in post-mortem forensic toxicology, or it may be in human performance toxicology? So those are just some of the things that come to bear when you're looking at this type of data.
Did you apply those principles and the methods when you reviewed this case?
I did.
In this case, were you provided sufficient facts and data?
I was.
And you outlined those materials that you were provided starting on the first page of your report entitled Enclosure 1, correct?
That is correct.
And that is the list of items that you reviewed as provided to you by the commission, correct?
Correct.
Since you issued that report, you've also been provided with and reviewed other reports by the other experts who have reviewed this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Based on your analysis in this case, do you believe you have specialized knowledge that will assist the commission in evaluating the toxicology testing that was performed by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner's Toxicology Laboratory in Raleigh, North Carolina?
Yes.
Have you formulated opinions in the cases that are before the commission regarding the toxicology testing?
Yes.
Do your report and CV contain your opinions and basis for those opinions?
My report does, yes.
Thank you. Judge Locke, I'd now like to tender Dr. Bohanick as an expert in forensic toxicology and post-mortem toxicological interpretation.
All right, that tender's allowed.
Dr. Bohanick, when you were contacted by the commission, did commission staff make it clear that they were not seeking any particular opinion?
Absolutely. Yeah, that was very made clear to me without a doubt.
And did commission staff make it clear that they would present your findings no matter what those findings were?
Yes.
Now turn your attention to your report and just have you briefly describe what you reviewed in preparation for the report.
So enclosure 1 to the report was the nominal list of materials and documents that were reviewed. And the way I formatted my report, I did it in different sections or parts. The first part was a summary of the case history. The second part was discussion of the post-mortem analytical toxicology, which was performed. The third part was an interpretation of the toxicology data. And then the final part, or next to final part, was any opinions or conclusions I drew from the review of those materials. And the last part would be my cited references that I used in reaching those conclusions and opinions.
You testified a minute ago that you had reviewed additional materials in this case after you issued your report. What materials were you provided and reviewed after you issued the report?
Well, most recently, last week, there was a set of transcript that were provided to me. This included the sister of the decedent, the mother of the decedent, and another person of interest or a friend or acquaintance of the decedent. Prior to that, there were several other reports that were proffered by other experts in the case that were provided to me for my review.
Did any of those additional materials, after reviewing them, change anything in your report or your opinions?
No.
One of the other experts' reports that you were provided in this case was Dr. Andy Evans. Do you
Yes.
agree with Dr. Evans' report or opinions?
You may have to just kind of summarize some of his main points, but I think the one area that I do disagree with is the ability to try to go back retrogradely and determine what a morphine concentration was in a post-mortem case, using a retrograde calculation or calculation of body burden, and using things like half-life of the drug and so on. As forensic toxicologists, we have sort of a set of guidelines and framework from which we offer opinion testimony or expert testimony. That sort of calculation is not sanctioned or recommended, advised by this particular set of guidelines. So that is not a calculation I would engage in or endorse.
Thank you. Are there any guidelines about whether or not a toxicologist can opine as to the absolute cause of death in a case?
Again, and the document that I'm referencing is probably something that should be introduced here so that you know exactly what I'm referring to. The name of this document is Guidelines for the Opinions and Testimony in Toxicology.
Sir, excuse me, this is
It-
the court reporter. Can you repeat that again?
Yes, the document I am referencing is entitled Guidelines for Opinions and Testimony in Forensic Toxicology. It is a document promulgated by ANSI. It's abbreviated ANSI/ASB. Best Practice Recommendation 037, First Edition, 2019. And this is, ANSI is the American National Standards Institute. And this is in conjunction with the American Academy of Forensic Science Standards Board. And it's a very helpful document, very clear, and it spells out what should be avoided when you're offering opinion testimony or interpretive testimony in forensic toxicology.
Thank you. What can a toxicologist opine on as it relates to cause of death?
Well, I'm going to actually refer to the document and read directly from the document. This is a prohibition. A toxicologist should not opine as to the absolute cause of death of an individual. However, this does not preclude a toxicologist from addressing the toxicological impact of any substances found in the toxicological analysis of specimens from the case. So, although I am not proffering or offering a cause of death, I certainly can talk to you about the mechanisms of action, how a drug brings about a lethal outcome or a fatal outcome, or how a combination of drugs can bring about a fatal outcome. Additionally, a toxicologist should not perform extrapolation calculations for drugs other than alcohol. And this is what I alluded to earlier about trying to look at a post-mortem blood concentration and then go back in time and say this is what it may have been or could have been based on pharmacological data of a drug. Likewise, a toxicologist should not calculate the dose of a drug based on a post-mortem drug concentration in blood. And the reason many of these prohibitions are put in place is because there are just too many variables in post-mortem cases that we cannot account for. And it's much more harmful to try to do a calculation or make an estimate and give somebody the wrong impression or give somebody something that's inaccurate and scientifically indefensible. So this is why these prohibitions are put in place for forensic toxicologists.
Thank you. Turning now to your opinion in this case. What is your opinion in this case?
So looking at the toxicology report that was done back in 2011, the results indicated the presence of morphine in a femoral blood specimen. And having had the advantage of looking at the clinical history of this decedent or hearing testimony related to his activities and whereabouts during the time in question of his death, this finding is consistent with what was revealed in those documents in terms of testimony from other witnesses, what actually occurred over that period of time. I believe it was the weekend of March 4th, 5th, 6th, 2011. So the toxicology finding is certainly consistent with that history and what happened. The one thing that was a little bit of an unknown at the time was the presence of alcohol, and it was determined to be present in a amount of 40 milligrams per deciliter. That is the same thing as saying 0.04% weight by volume. And the reason I point that out is just to give you some reference of how much alcohol does that really mean. We know that, for example, in driving under the influence of cases or driving intoxicated, we know the legal statute is 0.08%. What was found in the post-mortem blood of this decedent was about 1/2 of that, 0.04%. The document that was provided to me last week, and it was the testimony, or it was the transcript testimony given by the decedent's sister, helped shed some light on that, because she made a reference to the decedent having been in the company of another person at a bar. So that, at least in my mind, clarified the potential for where that alcohol originated from.
Dr. Bohanick, is it important for a forensic toxicologist to be aware of law enforcement's investigation and what witnesses reported?
Absolutely. And it's not just law enforcement's investigation, documentation of the scene, a decedent's medical and social history, but it's also what a forensic pathologist or a medical examiner uncovers in their own investigation, whether that's the external exam and internal exam of the body, as well as additional ancillary studies that might be histology or microanatomy studies, and any other kind of specialized study, for example, the heart or the brain. So we do not practice the interpretation of forensic post-mortem toxicology in a vacuum. It's not as simple as just looking at a result and looking at a number and coming to a conclusion. It's important to consider every piece of information that's available, and sometimes it may be incomplete, it may be inaccurate, and you've got to consider that when you're weighing just exactly how significant is that information relative to the toxicology findings that you're looking at.
I want to focus on the sections of your report titled Part 2, Post-mortem Analytical Toxicology, and Part 3, Interpretation of Post-mortem Toxicology Data. I have a few questions about those sections. Can you explain which part of the toxicology testing is the screening portion and which part of the toxicology testing is the confirmation portion?
Okay, so if you refer back to the toxicology report, and this is from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, Raleigh, North Carolina, you'll see midway on the page the specimens which were received. There was a femoral blood specimen, and for that result, morphine was reported semi-quantitatively as being present in a trace amount. That finding represents a confirmation finding. That is a confirmed test that was done basically off the screen of the aorta blood, which is listed below that on the report. So the laboratory did the presumptive testing or screening testing in the aortic blood, and it was done by a method known as liquid chromatography / mass spectrometry. That was the screening methodology or analytical technique performed on the specimen. The presumptive positive from that, which was morphine, was then referred to testing by gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, which then resulted in the confirmed result. In terms of the alcohol result, that was performed on, I believe it was the aorta blood. And this was done by a method known as gas chromatography. I should further state headspace gas chromatography, flame ionization detection. This is essentially is a screening and confirmation method in one because two columns were used to identify the alcohol. So this is one of those methods where you can consider that both a screening and confirmation method that was done simultaneously. And that's what revealed the concentration of 40 milligrams per deciliter of alcohol. Additionally, there was testing done on a urine specimen, which revealed a concentration of 15 milligrams per liter of morphine, free morphine, and that was done by GCMS.
In looking at the urine screenings, can you tell whether or not they screened for alcohol in the urine as well?
There's no indication of that on the report. The only test result listed for urine was for the morphine.
Can you tell what kinds of drugs were part of the screening tests in this case?
The list of drugs certainly are what was contained on the report. As you see there, that included the benzodiazepine class, cocaine, opiates, and opioids, of which morphine was determined to be present, nicotine, and then there is a very, very broad category, other organic bases. And what I was able to learn from Dr. Winokur, because I did speak to her, they were using, a very broad spectrum toxicology screen at that time, which probably was on the order of almost 400 different drug or drug metabolites. And that's what would have been included in those other organic bases. It would be impractical to try to list every drug or drug class that they tested for on a single toxicology report just because it would just be too long. It would be too long of a report to try to just say that all of these were tested and were either negative or you would only report positive findings.
Did the screening portion of the toxicology testing, if you were able to tell, include blood pressure medication?
I did indeed discuss this issue with Dr. Winokur. Once it was revealed to me that this possibility of a blood pressure medicine being used was revealed to me. And Dr. Winokur did affirm to me that that organic base screen that would have been done on aortic blood would have also included a number of antihypertensive or blood pressure medications. Not necessarily fully inclusive, and without knowing specifically what agent could have been involved, it's impossible to say whether or not it was indeed tested for at the time back in 2011.
And you've referred to Dr. Winokur, so just to clarify, Dr. Winokur was the toxicologist who did the testing in this case in 2011, is that correct?
She was the chief toxicologist at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Raleigh at the time, yes.
Thank you. If you know, what sorts of effects could taking too much blood medication have on a blood pressure medication have on a person?
It's a very difficult question to answer because there are a number of different classes of drugs which are used to treat hypertension or high blood pressure. For example, there are thiazide diuretics. An example would be hydrochlorothiazide. And this is a drug that reduces blood pressure by increasing the excretion of sodium and water. Now, a side effect of that could be something known as hypokalemia, which is a reduced or diminished concentration of potassium in the circulating blood, which in itself can have deleterious effects to a person. This type of medication would also be especially risky for patients which have cardiac arrhythmias, left ventricular hypertrophy, ischemic heart disease, congestive.
I think we have lost the volume. Can you hear me?
How about now? Are we all right?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
can I
No,
ask you to repeat, starting
Yeah.
from, there's a type of medication would also be especially risky for patients which have cardiac arrhythmias, left ventricular hypertrophy, and ischemic heart disease, and congestive heart failure, starting from there.
That's correct. Yeah, that's the statement. So this would be a risky medication for somebody that has those predisposed conditions. Another class of antihypertensive drugs would be beta blockers. The prototype for this class would be propranolol, and that's spelled PROPRANOL. And this medication decreases blood pressure by decreasing cardiac output, also by reducing the sympathetic outflow from the autonomic nervous system. And it can inhibit a substance known as renin, which reduces angiotensin II and the secretion of aldosterone. So again, that's how the mechanism works to reduce blood pressure. For patients that are asthmatic, or if they suffer from angina or peripheral vascular disease, they could be at a risk for side effects or toxicities of this drug class. ACE inhibitors.
Thank you.
ACE inhibitors would be a third category, and these are angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitors. They lower blood pressure by decreasing peripheral vascular resistance. An example would be lisinopril. That is an example of an ACE inhibitor. Some of the side effects that could be associated with that would be hypercalcemia, that would be increased calcium in the blood. And again, for people with certain predisposed conditions, this could prove toxic. So to really answer the question about what could a blood pressure medicine do to someone, you'd first have to really be able to answer, well, what particular agent in question are you talking about? And of that, which particular class of agents in terms of mechanism of action would be involved with that drug?
Thank you. Can you tell the commissioners what trace amount of morphine in the femoral blood means?
So the notation trace is a little bit of an older notation used in quantitative toxicology testing. And what it refers to is a small amount of drug or a minimal amount of drug relative to what is the lowest calibration point for the test assay. So in this particular case, the lower limit of detection or the lowest limit of quantitation for the assay was 50 nanograms per milliliter. So the actual case specimen had the presence of morphine, which met criteria for identification, both in terms of its mass spectral data and its retention time, but it was below the lower limit of quantitation, and therefore it was only reported as trace. So when you read that, it translates to an amount of morphine being less than 50 nanogram per mil.
And do we know how close to zero the trace morphine level was in the femoral blood sample?
No, without a review of the actual data, you cannot be able to speculate on that. And of course, at the time, the North Carolina Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, the Toxicology Laboratory, they were working under American Board of Forensic Toxicology guidelines and standards. And the standard records retention policy is 5 years by ABFT. So those records of the hard copy data are long gone.
Do you know what the possible range was?
Well, we know from the confirmatory method that their lower limit of quantitation was 50 nanogram per mil. From the screening method, the LCMS screening method, they had a detection limit of 10 nanogram per mil. So one would infer that at least there had to be at least enough to trigger a positive from the screen, which would have been at least 10 nanogram per mil or higher, but it did not satisfy meeting the quantitative criteria of being above what the limit of quantitation was.
I want to turn now to part 4 of your report, opinions and conclusions. Why does the finding of 40 milligrams per deciliter indicate that Mr. Whitson consumed alcohol before he died and not related to post-mortem decomposition?
There was no indication from the autopsy or from the scene that decomposition was an issue with this cadaver or with this decedent. So normally in post-mortem cases, when that is apparent, that's going to be noted to the toxicology laboratory in the way of a history or in the condition of the remains. And it would alert us to the possibility that the alcohol that could be detected may be secondary to that decomposition process. That was not the case for this decedent. So it wasn't mentioned either in the scene or in the autopsy.
Is it possible that Mr. Whitson did not consume any alcohol at all before he died?
In my opinion, that's highly unlikely. There's nothing to suggest that this just was a neoformation of alcohol or spontaneous formation of alcohol in vitro. And I think what probably buttresses my opinion in that regard is the statements that were made by the decedent's sister in that additional testimony provided to me last week.
Could the ethanol that was detected in the aorta blood sample be attributed to the blood sample itself creating ethanol, as Dr. McLemore suggests in her report.
I don't believe that, no.
Are you able to tell how much alcohol Mr. Whitson had consumed?
No. You had no idea of what he was drinking or how much he was drinking or when the drinking may have started or ended.
How does alcohol affect the central nervous system?
Alcohol is broadly categorized as a central nervous system depressant, and it's going to exert most of its effects on the brain. And it's going to happen in a concentration-related fashion. So at low concentrations, it's going to be the higher centers of the brain that are going to be first affected. It's the frontal lobe section of the brain. It's the part of the brain that regulates things like our inhibitions, our judgment, and our critical thinking. This is where, for example, the office Christmas party, for example, and you have the young, nerdy kind of guy that is quiet and self-reserved. And after one or two drinks, he's already uh, dancing up a storm, very loquacious, very outgoing, and so on. And what that is, that's the release of inhibition. That's the inhibition that's being removed at that time. Now, as I said, the effects escalate with increasing concentrations. You get up to a blood alcohol of, say, 0.10%, and now you can start to see or experience some sensory motor deprivations. There's changes in vision, and there can already be some indication of sensory motor imbalances in coordination. And obviously, it just escalates up to the point where you get up to a 0.35 or above, and the drug or the alcohol itself could be enough to cause lethality in the form of acute alcohol poisoning. So it's this whole spectrum of effects that occur over that range of concentrations.
How does morphine affect the central nervous system?
Morphine is an opiate, and it's going to direct its mechanism of action by way of receptors. The receptors are noted as mu, kappa, and delta receptors. They're located throughout the body. The mu receptors are related to analgesia, which is the therapeutic purpose for morphine, is to provide pain relief for analgesia. But those receptors are also sites of action that bring about the euphoric feeling or the high, and they also play a role in the negative or serious toxic side effect, which could be respiratory depression.
I want to go back, and I'm going to try to ask this question, so please correct me if I'm asking it incorrectly. Because we're seeing a 0.04 alcohol concentration in Mr. Whitson's blood, that could mean that he consumed a drink or two immediately prior to death. Is that accurate?
That's true. It could be, yes.
Because we do not have a screening of the alcohol concentration in the urine, we have no way of knowing whether or not he had begun to metabolize alcohol out of his system. Is that correct?
That's fair to say that. And urine is a good cooperative matrix or specimen type for that purpose, as well as vitreous humor. The vitreous humor is the fluid from the eye. That holds exceptionally high cooperative value when you're trying to interpret a blood alcohol result. It's preferable to have either urine or vitreous in combination with the alcohol result. And that also helps us when we're trying to discern whether or not is that alcohol the result of post-mortem neoformation because of decomposition.
And it's your understanding that we also don't have the vitrea either?
Right, right. The only specimens that were submitted were 6 milliliters of blood obtained from a femoral vessel, the blood that was obtained from the aorta, a urine specimen, and a portion of liver tissue. Those were what was submitted to the toxicology laboratory.
And so based on the .04 concentration in the blood, the only conclusion we can draw is that he had .04 blood concentration at the time of death.
That is the blood concentration that was measured in the post-mortem sample, yes.
Okay. Going to turn now back to the urine levels, or the morphine levels in the urine. Is 15 milligrams per liter in the urine a lethal level of morphine?
Yeah, and that's a trick question. And the reason I'm saying it's a trick question, no, the reason it's a trick question is because you cannot discern or infer lethality, toxicity, or impairment from a urine positive finding. The urine merely is chemical evidence that an individual was exposed to or used a drug. But you cannot infer those other interpretive type conclusions that you would, as you would in a blood specimen.
So when Dr. Hall says that the level of morphine of 15 milligrams per liter that was detected in Mr. Whitson's urine is a lethal amount, that is not something that you would agree with.
That doesn't support a conclusion of lethality. What it merely suggests or does demonstrate is that the person used or was exposed to the drug morphine or a morphine-containing drug.
And is the reason that we can't focus on those concentrations in urine because there are other factors that come into play, such as how much someone may have had to drink, not alcohol necessarily, but how much liquid someone may have consumed or something along those lines?
The more basic answer to that question is that, think of it this way: urine is a sequestered fluid. And by being a sequestered fluid, I mean that any drug or drug metabolite that was circulating in the blood has already been excreted from the blood and resides in the urine. It's no longer circulating to a point where it's going to reach a target organ or a set of receptors to bring about an effect. So this is downstream, long gone from the blood. Now, what you were referring to as far as someone's hydration status or how well hydrated they are, whether it's a dilute urine or concentrated urine, yes, that can have an impact on the overall concentration that you're measuring. Obviously, a more concentrated urine, the drug is going to be higher, whereas in a dilute urine, the concentration would be lower.
Dr. Hall references 14 milligrams per liter of morphine in the urine being a cutoff point for toxicity resulting in death. Is that an accurate statement?
It's a statement that I would not make, and I'm sure what he may have been looking at was either some case reports or some published data in literature which reported urine concentrations in fatal cases. But I don't necessarily automatically associate that with being a cause of death. And you can't because of the reasons I aforementioned, that you're not going to be able to infer lethality from a urine concentration.
From the toxicology testing conducted, can you tell how much morphine Mr. Whitson consumed?
No.
Can you tell when Mr. Whitson consumed morphine based on the finding of trace morphine in the femoral blood?
Generally, blood affords you a limited window of detection measured by hours, as opposed to a urine where urine has an advantage in many ways because it extends that window of detectability or window of detection. So you can detect drug use in a person from a urine specimen that may have been 2 or 3 days before, or even longer, depending on the drug. That's not true for blood. Blood, you're looking at sort of a window that's defined by hours.
Can you draw any conclusions from the designation of trace morphine in the femoral blood?
The most significant interpretation is the drug is present, the drug is there. And it goes back to what I think I said earlier in my testimony about, trying to interpret drug concentrations by themselves. It's not the only criteria that you're going to apply in trying to discern whether or not something is lethal or toxic. You've got to look at the entire context of a case, which in a post-mortem case would be all those things that I mentioned, the scene history, the decedent's medical and social history, the autopsy findings. Collectively, all of that information has to be consolidated, systematically reviewed, and then a conclusion can be drawn.
Is there a certain point at which a morphine drug level in the blood could be determined to be toxic?
There are reports of toxic and lethal and therapeutic concentrations in the literature. Yes, there are. The point of emphasis, though, that I want to make when you're looking at it in a post-mortem setting, it's not the magnitude of the concentration alone that can be used to discern whether or not it played a role in someone's death or it had a role in someone's death. You've got to look at that in the totality of the case information.
What does the term tolerance mean in the context of a drug user?
So tolerance refers to the desensitization of response to a drug. And this is something that practically manifests where a person needs to use an increased dose or needs to use more of a drug to achieve a desired effect. Now, most often we think of it or we talk about it in terms of pain relief, analgesia. So you could have a chronic pain patient that may be prescribed a drug like morphine or some other drug like oxycodone or hydrocodone for the treatment of pain. Over time, person develops tolerance to that drug to where you're not getting the desired effect, the pain relief effect. So a dosing adjustment increase has to be made to get that same effect. And the same can hold for illicit drugs that are abused or misused to try to get euphoric effects. Over time, a person develops a tolerance, and the person has to use more of the drug to kind of get that higher euphoric effect.
What happens to tolerance when a regular drug user abstains from using drugs?
Abstinence can certainly remove tolerance. So it can cause tolerance to disappear, and it's not necessarily well defined as to how much time somebody has to be off a drug or withdrawing from a drug to be abstinent in order for that tolerance loss to occur. But we do know that it occurs with abstinence and certainly with prolonged abstinence as well.
Okay. Is it possible that the finding of morphine in the blood was due to Mr. Whitson ingesting something other than morphine?
When morphine is reported on a toxicology report, one of the first questions that should enter your mind is what are the potential sources of that morphine? And I will outline some of those potential sources. Number one, the morphine that you see could have been derived as a metabolite of codeine. Codeine produces morphine as a minor metabolite. However, if you do not see codeine, then it's unlikely that the morphine that's there is because it's a metabolite of the codeine. I have never seen a case where morphine was detected in the absence of codeine, and yet it was a codeine-containing drug that was ingested by the person. The second possibility for morphine being revealed on a toxicology report comes from the use of a morphine-containing drug. And I'll just name several examples. MS-Contin is an example of an oral form of morphine. Cadian is an oral form of morphine. So if somebody is using or taking that drug, you would expect to see that as a finding in the blood. The third possibility for morphine being present is that it is a metabolite of heroin. And there are other elements to discerning whether or not the morphine originated from heroin by looking at things like 6-acetyl-morphine, which would be a chemical footprint or fingerprint for heroin use, as well as the collective scene investigation and what's known about the clinical history and social history of a decedent, or prescription history for that matter. So there are additional information sources that could help you discern whether or not it is heroin. Another minor, I wouldn't say minor, but I would say another possibility would be morphine derived from brewing up poppy seeds, unwashed poppy seeds, and brewing it as tea to where persons are trying to extract the morphine and codeine that are contained in the poppy seeds. So that would be another potential source.
Dr. Bohanick, you mentioned that it could be a metabolite of heroin, but is there anything from what you're seeing in this case to suggest that could be the case here?
No, there was no suggestion in the clinical history of this decedent that would have pointed to heroin use, and there was certainly nothing else in the toxicology, namely 6-acetyl-morphine, that would have pointed you in the direction of it being heroin.
What is Opana?
Opana is it's a commercial drug. It's the trade name drug for oxymorphone hydrochloride. And it's a drug that's prescribed for the treatment of moderate to severe pain.
Based on the findings in the toxicology report, is it possible that Mr. Whitson ingested Opana?
There is nothing in the toxicology findings that would suggest Opana or oxymorphone hydrochloride was ingested or used. And the reason for that conclusion is twofold. Number one, it wasn't picked up on the general screen, the liquid chromatography mass spec screen done by the laboratory, nor was it picked up in the confirmation testing that included the morphine. Oxymorphone would have been part of that confirmation testing. So it was neither picked up in the screen or in the confirmation testing.
Is it possible that Mr. Whitson took a drug that was not screened for by the toxicology testing performed by the Office of Chief Medical Examiner?
That's always a possibility in any post-mortem case. And it's something that as toxicologists, we emphasize to our clients, our end users, whether it's medical examiners or forensic pathologists, to be very conscientious in providing us history about a decedent. And there may be a prescribed drug or drug that is not part of our normal test profiles or panels that could have been implicated in a case. And in such case, you'd have, as a laboratory, you'd have to make alternative arrangements to try to test for that drug. But this speaks more completely to what you mentioned before. Why is it important for us to have the scene information and the full decedent information, case history, prescription history? These are the reasons why. Uh, when we look at a toxicology result, we want to look at that with eyes wide open in knowing what we do about a particular decedent.
From the materials that you reviewed, what things did you see that are consistent with drug overdose deaths?
The obviously the finding of morphine is a pertinent finding, especially in someone that, from all appearances, was using it illicitly. There was no prescription for morphine. There was no medical reason to be using morphine. So that would be a prime indicator right off the bat. And some of the descriptions that were provided by witnesses about his appearance in terms of sleeping on the couch and snoring loudly and so on and so forth, that can be suggestive of an opiate intoxication. It's not what I would consider to be exclusive to that, but it can give an indication that an opiate was involved. Um, the opioid methadone, which we see, we went through a number of cases of opioid poisoning by methadone. Many times, that's the type of thing you would hear in the history. Well, the person, John Doe, was laying on the couch and he sounded like he was breathing kind of funny or he's snoring loudly and didn't really think anything of it. And then, a while later, we went back and he was cold and blue and was dead. So, I mean, those are the kind of scenarios we hear about in terms of case histories. But again, I'm not going to just hang my hat on that and say that's pathognomonic for that particular reason. It can be a manifestation of poisoning by an opiate or opioid.
All right. Those are my questions. I'm sure commissioners have questions.
Mr. Boswell.
Dr. Bohanick, this is John Boswell. I'm one of the commissioners here. If the lab had tested for for alcohol in the urine, would we have a report that urine zero? I just want to make sure that they didn't test for it, and because they didn't find it, it wasn't on the toxicology report.
I see no indication where it was tested on the report. So it only appears to me that the morphine was tested in the urine. Now, just to kind of expound on that point a little bit, I can tell you what we do in our laboratory, and that is when we have a positive blood alcohol result for a case, and when vitreous humor is submitted, we automatically reflex alcohol testing to the vitreous to have that corroborative specimen. If vitreous was not available, but urine was available, we reflex to the urine for the alcohol testing. And it's just that it provides you an additional layer of information. It provides you an additional element of interpretation when you're trying to look at alcohol results. So it's desirable to do that. Now, in this case, it doesn't appear that was done.
You had a question earlier where one of the possible reasons that another expert indicated why there might be alcohol or ethanol in a sample was because maybe it fermented in transit because it was being sent by the United States Postal Service as opposed to overnight mail. And you said you didn't believe that. What was the basis for thinking that that was not likely in this case?
It would take some extreme environmental conditions to produce that. And the other premise for saying that is because in all likelihood, and again, I don't know this for a fact, But in all likelihood, the blood was collected in a vessel that most likely contained sodium fluoride and potassium oxalate as preservatives. And the reason sodium fluoride is added as a preservative to postmortem blood samples is for that very reason, to prevent in vitro formation of alcohol. Now,
And that was,
I can't say for certain whether that was the type of specimen container used because it wasn't described on the autopsy report, but good laboratory practice would deem or dictate that you use that preservative in your collection.
and would that have been true back in 2011 as well?
Yes.
And with the fact that this was collected in March when it wouldn't be particularly hot also suggests that it didn't have fermentation as a result of extreme conditions.
It would make it less likely, yes. When you're talking about like the in vitro formation of alcohol, you're talking about some pretty extreme conditions where temperature as well as time of exposure to those temperatures would have to come into play to be kind of contributing factors to that occurring.
Those are my questions. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Mr. Bass?
I'm Scott Bass, and forgive me if you've answered these, but there's still a question in my mind. In 24 hours from a person's death to an autopsy, would a blood alcohol level change?
Not unless there was something that was particularly unusual or atypical about the conditions. For example, extreme conditions where the body would have been in some ways affected through thermal injury, say thermal burns, injuries where the cavities would have been exposed, where bacteria proliferate very rapidly, and so the bacteria metabolize sugars and so forth to produce that fermentative effect. So there would have to be some very, very extreme circumstances for that to occur. Now, depending on the position of a body, movement of a body, can alcohol sort of move from areas of higher concentration to lower concentration? Yeah, that's possible. For example, if a body is reclining and you start moving it around, any body or any alcohol that's in the gastric, in the stomach, could diffuse out from an area of higher concentration to a lower concentration. But that would only, I think, again, be evident in concentrations that are extremely high. And, I can think of my own personal experience where I had a case one time where it was a suicide by alcohol ingestion. And the vitreous alcohol was in excess of 0.0, or excuse me, was in excess of 0.89. The blood alcohol concentration was in excess of 1%. Now, part of that had to do with the fact that the decedent consumed an extraordinary amount of alcohol, but he was sitting in a reclined kind of position. So the body was sitting upright in a recliner, just as I'm sitting right now, and that occurred over a number of days where he was sitting like that. And then obviously when the body was removed, it was put on the litter. You start, the stomach was full of alcohol, and now that alcohol distributes to other spots. And so the bottom line was the results that we saw quite likely were affected by that diffusion of alcohol because there was so much there and because of the position of the body. So those would be the types of conditions that you would be concerned about when you're trying to interpret a result.
And in general, if a person were drinking and went to sleep for 8 hours, in that 8-hour period of time of sleeping, what can you say about changes in blood alcohol level during that 8 hours of sleeping?
I'll make a general statement about post-mortem alcohols in that regard, and generally, most people die in a post-absorptive state with respect to alcohol, meaning that the alcohol that they consumed has been absorbed and it's distributed to the body and it's already being metabolized and eliminated. That's for most post-mortem cases. Now, there are exceptions to that. You can have somebody at a bar that's drinking, they finish their last drink, they get in their vehicle, and in 5 minutes, they wrap their vehicle around a tree. Now, obviously, they didn't have time to absorb that last drink, so there can be exceptions to it. But generally, most people die in a post-absorptive state. In other words, the blood alcohol's already peaked and it's coming down. And generally, alcohol is eliminated at a rate of 0.015% per hour. And there are some ranges that can be quoted with that, but I used the range 0.015%. So that means in 2 hours' time, you would have eliminated 0.03% alcohol. So as long as the heart is still contracting, as long as blood is circulating, the alcohol is going to metabolize.
And at that rate, over 8 hours, how much would be metabolized?
Well, the rate would be at a rate of 0.015%. That's the average. It's probably more appropriate to state it as a range, anywhere from 0.01% per hour up to maybe about 0.025% per hour. But the thing with postmortem cases, you really don't know when the drinking started or when it ended. So to try to go back and say, well, this is what his BAC would have been at 6 hours before would be kind of a futile exercise to do that. I think you can generally infer that if there's a period of survival when drinking is ended, and again, as long as the heart is contracting and blood is circulating, alcohol is going to metabolize.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes,
Thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Dr. Bohanick, my name is Deb Newton. I'm an alternate defense seat commissioner. Thank you for your testimony. I have one question, follow up with the executive director's question. At the outset, you said that in your capacity, you can say how a drug could bring about a fatal outcome. Is that what you said you could tell us?
The
Okay.
mechanisms of action, yes.
Yes, sir. So you said that, like alcohol, morphine is a depressant to the central nervous system. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. And it can cause respiratory depression, use of morphine, like alcohol. You
Yes.
mentioned the mu along with kappa and delta, but with the mu, that depresses or that affects the analgesic response, pain response, euphoria, and respiratory depression, correct? It's all involved in that, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So you were asked by the director about tolerance, the definition of tolerance and desensitization to the effects of the drug. When someone abstains, you said the tolerance disappears, and it's questionable just how long that might take, but tolerance will disappear. Is that what you said?
Yes.
What you were not asked is what I'm interested in. What happens, or what is the effect of the drug on the body when the person uses the same dose as was being used prior to abstention, after, let's say, a 60-day abstention from that dose? And I'm asking, could that contribute to or bring about a fatal outcome?
It can, and that's a very well-known phenomenon because we see it oftentimes with decedents that have been incarcerated. They've been in jail or in prison for a period of time where they are drug-free or abstinent from the drug. They then get back out on the street and they resume their previous drug habits, which means going back to their drug of choice, as well as a dose or an amount that they were previously experienced with, and it meets with disastrous outcomes.
Can you describe what you are referring to as disastrous outcomes? What exactly happens?
Well, I mean, the most severe outcome would be death. Could be death, yes.
Can you, in your statement of you could say how the drug can bring about a fatal outcome, can you describe how that actually kills a person?
So with a drug like morphine, one of the ways that it works is it occupies mu receptors. The mu receptors are integrally involved with the respiratory process, which is an involuntary process. And mechanistically, what happens is opiates such as morphine depress the body's responsiveness to CO2 concentrations, carbon dioxide concentrations. So in a normal physiologic state, we have chemoreceptors throughout our body. And these chemoreceptors monitor our oxygen blood saturation and our CO2 or carbon dioxide concentrations. When that starts to become imbalanced, where the CO2 starts to gain in excess to O2, these receptors are going to send signals to the brain and tell the brain, you've got to breathe more deeply or you've got to breathe more frequently to blow off the CO2 and take in more oxygen. That's the normal physiologic response. The problem with an opiate like morphine and other opioid drugs like fentanyl or oxycodone, in excess, they blunt that response. They mute that response. So a person can now start to experience decreased respirations, bradypnea, which is a slowed rate of respiration. And unless it's somehow interrupted or changed, that can proceed all the way to apnea, where a person completely stops breathing. And then at that point, within minutes, you can have critical organ functional derangements, such as in the brain, anoxic brain encephalopathy, anoxic brain injury, or even for the heart, cardiac arrest. So it becomes a cascade if it's not interrupted.
And just one follow-up, Your Honor, may I?
Sure.
Okay. When you mention apnea, an indicator of apnea, could that be possibly snoring?
Well, apnea is the cessation of breathing, so you're not breathing at that point. But the things like snoring or snoring loudly, breathing in a very strange or labored kind of way, certainly could be the signs that somebody is already experiencing the respiratory decline or respiratory depression. So decreased respirations, decreased depth of respirations, the quality of respirations are affected. So all of that could be an actual clinical or outwardly manifestation of those changes occurring.
Thank you, Dr. Bohanick.
Anybody else? All right, Dr. Bohanick, thank you very much for your time and work in this case and for being with us today.
Okay, you're quite welcome.
Thank
Have a good
you.
day. Merry Christmas.
Goodbye.
Your Honor, now would be an appropriate time for the lunch recess.
What time's the next witness slated?
When we tell them to be slated, it's 11:54, so if you all are okay with a shorter lunch, maybe 12:30, that'd be about 35 minutes for
Enough time
lunch.
to eat and maybe make the phone calls you probably need to make. All right. 12:30 then, recess, 12:30. Whenever,
Call you back later.
whenever you're ready.
Okay. Just one moment.
7.
Putting your trash over here.
All right, commissioners, you may recall that earlier there was testimony that the commission had retained Dr. Christopher Holstead related to the cause of death determination in this case. You've previously been provided a copy of Dr. Holstead's report as handout 13 and his CV as handout 14. You will want to refer to those throughout his testimony, and we now call Dr. Christopher Holstead. Dr. Holstead, can you hear us?
I can, very clearly. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you. Your Honor.
Dr. Holstead, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
So my name is Tom Locke. I am the chair of the Innocence Inquiry Commission, Superior Court Judge here in North Carolina. Testimony before the commission must be under oath or affirmation, so I'm going to ask if you would please simply just raise your right hand. You may remain seated because if you stand up, we'll lose sight of it. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony before the commission this afternoon will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. Dr. Holstead, I am Lindsay Guy-Smith. We've spoken on the phone before today. I'm going to ask you several questions today, and then we've got the commissioners here in the room. All of them will have an opportunity to ask you questions as well at the conclusion of my questions, okay?
Okay.
Dr. Holstead, did you provide the commission with a copy of your CV?
I did.
And does that CV outline all of your education and your work experience?
It does.
Do you have any certifications?
I do. I am a boarded medical toxicologist. I'm a boarded emergency physician. I'm also a physician who practices medicine in Virginia and in South Carolina.
And will you tell the commissioners what your current job is?
Yeah, I'm an employee of the University of Virginia. I've been at the University of Virginia since 1999. I'm chief of the Division of Medical Toxicology, a program that I started in 1999 and now has 10 physicians with it. I'm also a professor of pediatrics and emergency medicine at the University of Virginia, and I'm the director of the Blue Ridge Poison Center, which serves the 3 million population of Virginia.
What does it mean to be a medical toxicologist?
Yeah, so a medical toxicologist is a physician who cares for patients who encounter drugs, other substances, poisons, and that can be in a number of different realms. That can be in the hospital, presenting to the emergency department. It can be in the intensive care units. It can be in clinics, which we have in our own program. It can be by telemedicine and telehealth, and it can be in the laboratory and forensics.
How many years have you been practicing as a medical toxicologist?
Over 20 years.
And do you do any kind of work specifically related to patients who use drugs and abuse substances?
Constantly. It's a large part of my practice in our program. In regards to our clinical program at the University of Virginia, we have about 500 patients per year that are primarily transferred in who are critically ill. We also manage the patients at 48 other hospitals. We get another 2,000 consults from those hospitals, and we're really the gatekeepers for transfers into our hospital. And then we also get about 20,000 calls related to the Poison Center. And many of those cases that we manage has to do with substance use and misuse.
How long have you been treating patients with substance abuse issues and patients experiencing drug overdoses?
since I started practicing medicine, which would go back to 1993.
Is there anything else that you believe is important about your experience or education that we have not outlined for the commissioners so far?
No, I think I would hope that is it.
Okay. In how many cases have you consulted or issued an opinion regarding cause and manner of death?
Yeah, so the Poison Center, first of all, we have deaths each year. They're called death abstracts. And those death abstracts, about 25 per year over 20 years, about 500 that are written. Those go to our national organization and then go to the CDC. That gets published in a national report. I also am involved with legal cases associated with both local and federal government. The ones that I'm primarily involved with have been associated with cyanide toxicity. There's 3 cases that I've been directly involved with for cause of death. 1 murder in regards to ethylene glycol toxicity, and then 1 murder in regards to an opioid toxicity.
And in the cases where you've been retained as an expert, who is retaining you? Is it the prosecution or defense or civil litigants?
The mix. For the cyanide cases that I mentioned, it's been the prosecution, the ethylene glycol, the prosecution, the opioid, it was the defense. There's other work that I've done that have not been with deaths, such as drug-precipitated sexual assault, as well as consulted with other groups in government in regards to poisonings.
What is your specialized training or knowledge that you use in evaluating these cases?
It goes back to my training in biochemistry, medicine, and toxicology, but it's what's available in the clinical evidence, what's available in analytics, and those analytics can be laboratory testing, it can be ancillary such as electrocardiograms, radiology, all of that plays a role in regards to how do we look at the cause of death.
Did you apply your specialized training or knowledge to this case?
I did.
And in this case, were you provided sufficient facts or data?
If you mean by that sufficient facts and data to come to an opinion based on those facts and data, yes. If you're referring to what I've liked to have other data, I would have also liked to have other data too.
Okay. Since you issued your report, you've been provided and reviewed other reports by the other experts retained in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on your analysis in this case, do you believe that you have specialized knowledge that will assist the commission in evaluating the cause of death of Jonathan Whitson?
I think so.
Does your report contain your opinions regarding cause of death and the basis for those opinions?
My report has in that I don't know what the cause of death was in this and the reasons for that.
Thank you. Judge Locke, I'd like to tender Dr. Holstead as an expert in medical toxicology.
All right, that tender certainly is allowed.
Dr. Holstead, when you were contacted by the commission, did the staff make it clear that they were not seeking any particular opinion?
Yes.
Did the commission staff make it clear that they would present your findings regardless of what your opinion was?
Yes.
And the additional materials you reviewed after your report, what materials did that encompass?
Yeah, there were only 2 reports that were given to me afterwards, and that did not impact anything in my report.
Thank you. What is your opinion in this case?
Simply my opinion is I don't know what caused the death. My opinion also is that I cannot claim morphine as the cause of death.
I'm going to turn to the background section that begins on page 3 of your report. focusing on pages 3 and 4, can you walk us through what you found relevant about Mr. Whitson's hospital stay from December 27th, 2010 to December 30th, 2010?
Yeah, so a few things. On the admission on 12/27/2010, he admits to using IV drug use, which is always a concern to me in my practice when people are injecting drugs. There's always the risk of injecting other materials, and they often do. It includes infectious materials as well as other particulate materials and other substances. It's interesting, he states that I admits to prior IV drug use, but I'm not a druggie, not admitting to his substance use, which is very common to me in my clinical practice. They talk about his arm pain, erythema, and swelling in that report, that he, 10 days ago, a friend injected morphine into his left anticube, which is the front part of your elbow. The laboratory data showed a white count of 13 with a left shift. That means that there's signs of infection when you see that, and that's systemic. And that they did a CAT scan, which I got to give credit to the medical team for doing that. That showed a small subcutaneous abscess that was about 8 millimeters, which is pretty small, but still an abscess nonetheless with surrounding then left arm cellulitis, which means infection of the skin with what is known as also superficial vein thrombosis. Not the deep veins where I'd be at risk for a clot going to the lungs, but he does have some clotting of the veins there because of the infection too. For some knocks, he also notes IV injection of OxyContin 3 times a day. He talks about 250 milligrams of this per day, intravenous. And so a number of things that come up in that case. He was hospitalized, which I would have done too. It was the appropriate thing. They started antibiotic treatment, then they discharged him with expectation for him to take antibiotics, 300 milligrams of clindamycin orally 4 times a day for 14 days, which is the appropriate therapy, especially with an IV drug abuser who has signs of cellulitis.
Dr. Holstead, I think that you just said that there was a report of Mr. Whitson self-reporting OxyContin use up to 250 milligrams a day. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is OxyContin the same thing as morphine?
It's an opioid, so different, but works very similar to morphine.
Would a dosage of 250 grams of OxyContin have the same effects as 250 milligram dosage of morphine?
Different.
If it's being shot up?
Yeah, it's being shot up, and that gets to be a bit challenging too. I find it interesting, 250 milligrams is a large dose. So clinically, I typically, if I have someone with a fracture, for example, I'll start on 5 to 10 milligrams every 4 hours for pain. And so you may use, if you're doing 10 milligrams 6 times a day, 60 milligrams a day, this is 4 times that amount. That's a large amount. Now, certainly patients who have more chronic pain or just are having breakthrough pain, we go higher on, but 250 milligrams is a fairly large dose.
Also in the medical records from Mission Hospital is the prescribing of an antibiotic, and I'm going to butcher this name, but clindamycin.
No, that's good.
Was it good?
That was good.
What can you tell us about that antibiotic that he was prescribed?
Yeah, that antibiotic is used for skin infections. It's the appropriate antibiotic to use in someone who, is an IV drug use. And then they're doing it for 14 days. You want to do it for a set time period to make sure the infection resolves. As I'm sure all are aware, as a physician, we always want them to finish their antibiotics or the infections can come back. We do it long enough to hopefully stop the infection. A little challenging sometimes if you have an abscess because the antibiotics can't get quite to that abscess. His abscess is small. I agree with what they did in management. That's not big enough for me to incise and drain, but it's something to keep an eye on to make sure that does not enlarge. The antibiotics often with small abscesses may take care of it, but not always.
And in your review of the materials provided to you, did you see anything that would indicate that Mr. Whitson completed the full 14-day dose of that prescription?
No, and so if we look at that, if he went into prison, he maybe would have gotten 1 week, but there's no mention of it with his entrance into jail. Don't notice the continuation of his clindamycin when he was incarcerated, and so I have no evidence that that was continued then for another week. So I don't have evidence that he completed that full 14 days.
What happens or can happen if a person doesn't complete the antibiotic course?
Yeah, if you don't finish your antibiotics, that may mean that it's only partially treated and that infection can come back.
What is sepsis?
It's the body's kind of extreme response to infection, and typically sepsis is when the organism gets into the bloodstream and infects the body, usually in the body's response to that. That includes an inflammatory response typically. I commonly see people who are septic who come into the emergency department. There's various phases of sepsis. And then you can get into the worst phase, which is septic shock, when your blood pressure drops and you have to go to critical care. But the emergency departments, for example, we often see people who come in with sepsis, that is the systemic whole body response to an infection.
Can an abscess cause sepsis?
Yes.
How would you determine if someone has sepsis?
It can be difficult. As I said, there's different phases of sepsis and how people look. It depends on their health status prior. It's one of the challenges I have when I teach my residents and fellows here at the University of Virginia. But it's based on signs, symptoms, and laboratory studies, and still actually quite a bit of debate in the literature as to exactly the definition. There's certain defining factors that we use for sepsis, and pretty important during this time right now of COVID and other diseases, influenza, for example, to try and determine when patients come in, but difficult for us as clinicians.
Can sepsis cause death?
Yes.
I want to turn to your summary, which begins on page 21 of your report. Why is the history pertaining to your patients who use or misuse various substances notoriously unreliable?
Yeah, and we've published quite a bit in regards to clinical toxicology and management, and we really bring this to light a lot, both in our publications and in our teaching with residents, fellows, medical students, nursing students. The problem that we have in our patient population particularly, so in medicine, we often will get the diagnosis based on the history. It's exceedingly important for me as a clinician. However, in our overdose patients, those who are suicidal or those who are substance users, there's issues that arise. One is they don't want to admit what's going on. There's manipulation of healthcare workers. They have altered memories of the events depending on when they're doing their substance use. Sometimes they receive things that they don't realize that they received if they're buying things off the street. Social situations often are very difficult to navigate. And sometimes they're just trying to cover up what really truly occurred. And I really, in my clinical practice, much more important when we have our patients coming in and managing them, we look at the clinical, the physical examination, as well as ancillary tests. Again, the laboratories, other tests such as the electrocardiogram are extremely important, and potentially imaging.
Can you tell us how much or when how much morphine or when Mr. Whitson consumed the morphine from the trace level that was found in his femoral blood?
No.
Can you draw any conclusions from that designation of trace morphine in the femoral blood?
No.
In your report, you say that you would not expect the trace level to stop respirations, result in aspiration, pneumonia, or cause death. Can you explain how you come to that conclusion?
Yeah, we do have data. So thinking about evidence-based medicine and what do we know in the literature? We know that people take morphine therapeutically. I give morphine regularly in my practice. I We know what levels are when people get certain doses. For example, if you come in with a fracture and I give you 10 milligrams of morphine, I know that your morphine levels may go up to, for example, the literature suggests 25 nanograms per mil. And so there's therapeutic levels depending on your pain, what we're trying to accomplish with the morphine. And there's levels that actually go higher where we know we can start running into problems, especially if they're opioid naive. But it's all put into with the clinical picture. When we look at levels, but with a trace level that's below what George Bohanick very clearly stated in his report, when he looked into where the cutoffs were, level below 50 nanograms per mil is a lower level. It's in the therapeutic range. It's not where a range where I would think someone would stop breathing and certainly die.
Can he repeat the level he's just said? Because it wasn't clear to me whether he said 15 or 50.
Can you repeat the level? We didn't hear whether you said 50 or 15.
Yeah, from George Bohanick's report was 50 nanograms per mil was the cutoff for trace. And so the level, when they say trace, and my understanding from my colleagues who are doing the analytics then, that means that the level is somewhere below. That could be 1 nanogram per mil, that could be 40 nanograms per mil. But again, those are not levels where I would see someone stop breathing or die. Otherwise, all my patients who I'm giving morphine to would be dying.
For a person with that level of morphine under 50 nanograms per milliliter, would you expect that person to be able to drive a car?
Yeah, and so I put in my report also, I found it interesting, the Canadians have used a cutoff for inebriated driving of 80 nanograms per mil. And so we do know that patients who are receiving opioids, depending on what they're using them for, certainly can drive.
What about walk around?
Yes.
Be able to be woken up if asleep?
Yes.
How much, if any, of an additive effect does ethanol have when used in combination with morphine?
Yeah, so ethanol and morphine work by two different mechanisms. Opioids work at the opioid receptors, makes sense, whereas ethanol works at a channel called the GABA channel that causes sedation. It's a similar channel where, for example, benzodiazepines work, like Valium. They also work at a few other channels, such as what's known as the NMDA receptor. What does this all mean? It means that opioids and alcohol can cause people to be sedate. That's why, as a physician, if someone's taking an opioid, I tell them not to mix them. And so they both have additive effects potentially for sedation.
I want to turn now to Dr. Hall's findings and testimony in the case. Did you agree or disagree with Dr. Hall's findings?
Disagree.
What did you disagree with him about?
The urine, he talked about the urine level and that the urine level indicated that, in fact, I'm looking at his exact wording, but he talked about that was what he really attributed for Mr. Whitson's death, for morphine toxicity. And I completely disagree with that.
Is 15 milligrams per liter in the urine a lethal level of morphine?
We cannot determine lethality based on a morphine urine level. That is a basic fundamental principle that we have. Urine levels and urine positivity means past exposure. It does not mean what is occurring at that time, either in the living or the dead.
And Dr. Hall says that 14 milligrams per liter of morphine in the urine is a cutoff point for toxicity resulting in death. Is that an accurate statement?
No.
Why must there be an appreciable level of morphine found in the blood for the cause of death to be called a death by acute toxicity of morphine?
Yeah, if you think about if someone dies from a drug, and by death, that means that there's cellular death. The cells stop functioning. If the cells stop functioning, we cannot metabolize drugs anymore. The circulation is no longer flowing, it's not going to the liver, and you can't metabolize, and you're not excreting in the urine because the kidneys have stopped working too. Morphine is metabolized in the liver, and morphine can be excreted in the urine. Both stop at death. So if morphine was the cause of someone's death, the morphine level would still be there in the blood when they did the analysis.
In your report, you state, quote, if the patient died due to morphine, even with the additive effects of ethanol, I would expect the level to be measurable above 50 nanograms per milliliter. Can you explain why you would expect that?
Correct. Again, to attribute a death to morphine, even with an ethanol level of 40 milligrams per deciliter, I do not, it would not cause death at those lower levels, even with that ethanol. If that were the case, I know many of my patients are not compliant with ethanol. I would have a lot of my patients dying too, and that's not what we're seeing. And again, I can't stress enough, a level less than 50 nanograms per mil is an exceedingly low level. That's a therapeutic level, not a toxic level where we see in death. In fact, I'm a bit intrigued that Dr. Hall actually mentioned in one of his statements that he uses the textbook Basalt. The textbook Basalt we all use. There's nothing in the textbook of Basalt that talks about a urine level being used to at 14 paracetamol to relate to death. But certainly it clearly states in Basalt that the death range they see, even with the additive effects of other drugs, their ranges are somewhere in the range of 200 nanograms per mil at the lowest, up to thousands at the highest. So I'm again I'm a bit intrigued that that Basalt reference was used. That says something completely different.
Thank you. Talk a little bit now about ammonia. I'm sorry, pneumonia. What does aspiration pneumonia look like?
Yeah, aspiration pneumonia is pretty common in overdoses. If you think about it, and I'll give you an analogy, my University of Virginia student population, the biggest concern I have is alcohol. They get sedate, they've been drinking a lot of alcohol. How do students tend to die? It's that alcohol coming back up when they're sedate and getting into their lungs. They're basically vomiting into their lungs, and then they aspirate or they inhale that material into their lungs. A very common occurrence that we see in our practice is aspiration pneumonias. I often will intubate people and put them on life support to prevent that from occurring. That is a very common occurrence for us, and I often, every week, have patients in my critical care unit that I'm managing that we're preventing from having aspiration pneumonitis.
How long does aspiration pneumonia take to develop?
Yeah, it depends on the amount of material that's aspirated. So you can have an aspiration pneumonia fairly quick if a large amount of material is aspirated, or it can occur kind of subtly if you have just small amounts that are entering the lungs and slowly causing the lungs to become inflamed.
When you say fairly quick, can you give us any kind of time frame on what fairly quick means?
Minutes. In other words, if I have a patient, I've had this happen to me even in the emergency department who comes in, if they suddenly start to vomit, that can go directly into the airway, can occur really quickly.
Dr. Hall has stated that acute pneumonia is a common finding in drug overdose cases. Is that an accurate assessment or statement?
Aspiration pneumonia is a common occurrence. Pneumonias themselves are a rare occurrence. It's typically the pneumonias, acute pneumonias, occur because of the aspiration. So an acute pneumonia, like you're thinking of, pneumococcus pneumonia, other pneumonias, those are rare and typically are with my patients who are in the ICUs longer.
Can an acute pneumonia alone cause death?
Yes, if it's extensive and you can't oxygenate or get your carbon dioxide out, it can cause death. Certainly the problem that we're having with COVID right now.
When a patient comes into the ER as a drug overdose from morphine, what does that typically look like?
Variable. So it depends. Everything in toxicology is about dose. How much of the substance is in their system? So if you think about morphine, they could come in just with altered mental status, meaning that they look inebriated, they're sleepy, their pupils can be pinpoint, the respirations may be depressed, their breathing, talk if you stimulate them, or they can be extreme, where they're not breathing. They need to have what they call vague assisted breathing or on life support, or it depends on whether or not they get the antidote. And we're seeing a lot of public use of Narcan, naloxone, where people are sedate but get naloxone, wake up, and come into us. So we see a variable. They may be just a little sedate, or they can be comatose.
Dr. Holstead, in your opinion, what was the cause of death in this case?
It's not clear to me.
Can you say what contributed to the cause of death in this case?
It's difficult for me to say what's contributed when we don't know clearly what the cause is. He's a substance user. I can suppose that is certainly a contributor to that, because we commonly see complications that are associated with substance use. But again, it's just not clear to me what caused his death.
From the materials that you reviewed, what things did you see that are consistent with drug overdose deaths?
Yeah, the most obvious is the needle track marks. In fact, the quote was, "Needle marks are present in the left antecubital fossa and the left forearm." We can certainly see lungs that have what they talk about pulmonary edema and congestion. In the end stages, you can see the capillaries get leaky and they'll get pulmonary edema. But there's many other things that can cause that too.
What are the questions that you have in this case that are left unanswered?
So the primary one, and the one that's I think the most challenging right now, and what we do a lot of work with our pathology folks and the laboratory teams in clinical chemistry, is the analytics. If we don't get an answer in the analytics, and this is routine in my practice, we've really done much more extensive analytics actually at the University of Virginia, because we're working closely with the Virginia Department of Health and with the forensic team in Richmond, Virginia. But I'd like to see more analytics. In fact, I put in place with our own team. We collect extra blood and urine at the beginning so that we can go back and do analytics if the common testing that we do doesn't show us the answer. Other things in this case, certainly there's the potential of doing cultures. There's pictures of various parts of the body. There's testing of various items that were maybe found in the scene, from spoons to needles to syringes. There's seeing pictures that can occur. There's further history with the family about sudden death, such as cardiac dysrhythmias or QTC prolongation, where they talk about familial QT. I didn't see any of that.
And do you feel like if you had all of those things that you may have been able to determine the cause of death?
Yes.
Are you able to tell us whether morphine caused Mr. Whitson's death?
The level's too low to quantitate. It did not cause the death.
Did morphine directly contribute to his death?
By directly, if we mean that that is what caused him to his heart to stop, again, I have to say no. It did not directly cause his death.
Was morphine a contributing cause of Mr. Whitson's death?
Again, it's hard to tell because it's trace. I would put the emphasis more that substance use is it contributing potentially.
Did morphine play any role in Mr. Whitson's death?
Again, I apologize to the panel. I wish I could answer that question for you directly. If I had a level that was more than trace, I could answer that question. I cannot answer that question. Trace, again, is fairly meaningless to me other than that he was exposed and there's just small levels that are there. And I don't know what those small levels even are because they didn't quantify them because they were too small.
Commissioners, those are my questions for Dr. Holstead. I'm sure you all have questions for him.
All right, Sheriff. Yes, sir, Sheriff.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Holstead. This is Bobby Kimbrough. I guess you answered one of my questions was when you spoke about not enough evidence provided to you to reach a conclusion. So I guess my next question was so I was looking at the report and you says for the cause of death to be called a death, acute toxicity of morphine, there must be appreciable levels of morphine in the blood, which is not the case here. So my question is that a fact or an opinion in order for something to be classified morphine and toxicity? Does it have to be in the blood? Was that an opinion or is that a fact?
Sir, from my perspective, that is a fact. That is a basic teaching that I do, and that's a basic teaching in my and other forensic teaching, and then what we talked about in my textbook that I wrote. I cannot tell somebody, I cannot state that someone died from a substance if I cannot detect or quantify levels. So I would actually, well, it's my opinion, but it's also a fact and it's part of my teaching.
So let me ask you one more question. So did you read Dr. Wolff's opinion?
I read all the opinions.
So I guess my question would be is, if what you're saying is a fact, then how does she conclude that morphine was the cause of death, if that's a fact? Is she ignoring the fact? I mean, you may not can answer, but I'm just baffled by, if that's a fact, how do we?
Yeah, sir, and I agree with you on that because I'm baffled too. Part of the reason, and just for the group, just to understand my background a little bit more, I work closely with the critical incident response group of the FBI for this very reason. It's not all about levels. It's also about how do we see that happen in clinical practice. But I got to admit, this case, and when this case came before me, I was a bit stunned at some of the assumptions that were made and some of the definitive statements that were made. Again, I can't begin to understand that someone is stating that morphine was the cause of death. I'll give you one other, because I think there's something maybe coming on this. You cannot have, for example, if the patient morphine levels were higher earlier and then came down, but then he died later. The question still comes, why did he die when the morphine levels were so low? He was able to metabolize it. And if he aspirated, and that was part of the death from the morphine, he should have been coughing and doing other reactions to that aspiration, which were not documented by anybody. In fact, he would have been awake at that time with a level that low and would have been asking for help. So it's counterintuitive to me why you would say that morphine caused this death. And in the current environment, what I see currently in my practice, there can be other substances that can certainly be injected. He has a cardiomyopathy, there's dysrhythmias, there's a whole host of things that can lead to a death with substance users. Substance users are exceedingly challenging in regards to my medical practice as to what's bringing them in for their care, and it also makes it exceedingly challenging as to the diagnosis when they die also.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Glacier?
Thank you, Doctor, and the point you're getting to is really sort of the crucial point in the case, I think, and I appreciate your candor. First, can you repeat, I'm going to ask you a couple questions. Can you repeat the name of the textbook that you authored to start with?
Yeah, so that's Criminal Poisoning, Clinical and Forensic Perspectives. This was published, I think, back in 2010, if I recall correctly. I was the chief editor on it. It was also edited by two people from the FBI and one of my colleagues at Indiana University. There's authors from a number of different universities who did different sections in that book.
And when you looked at this case, did you by any chance run your concerns or theories or thoughts by any colleagues to get your own second opinion about what you were thinking and seeing?
No, I didn't. I keep usually my opinions, the cases to myself. The only ones that I dialogued with this from a training perspective and not the specifics of the case, but some aspects of the case were with my fellows. I have 4 fellows that train with me.
And did you talk about any aspect of this case with your 4 fellows?
The only aspects that I dialogued with was just the tenets of how you do analysis and drug levels, but not the specifics of the case itself.
Would there be other colleagues of yours across the country that you would recommend as another source to look at this case, given your very different view, not inconsistent with several other people we're going to hear from, but inconsistent with one we have heard from in Dr. Wolff? So do you have a recommendation of any national expert that you think we ought to talk to?
Yeah, if you are interested, I can send some names, but Brent Furby, who's emeritus at Indiana University, is who trained me over 20 years ago now, does forensic work, also was editor on the book. There are others also that I can send you if they have time. I was happy to send you names of others.
Thank you. Can I ask one last question? Because I think you've answered a bunch. Is there any text, authoritative treatise or text, that would support the view in this case that based on the 0.15 finding in the victim, that would allow a cause of death to be attributed to morphine toxicity?
So you're talking about the urine level that was found, correct?
Right, because that's really the only level we have.
Correct. The answer is no.
So again, let me be clear, because I didn't ask the most articulate question. You're saying that there is no authoritative treatise that you know of that would allow any pathologist at this point or toxicologist to state with certainty that the cause of death was morphine toxicity based on the limited morphine information we have in this case?
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boswell.
Dr. Holstead, this is John Boswell. This is interesting. We're hearing markedly different opinions from different doctors. And what I gleaned from previous testimony is the opinion that the toxicity of morphine, which was higher than it was at death, because there's morphine in the urine, that level of toxicity prior to the death, coupled with pneumonia, either from aspiration or previous pneumonia, sort of created a level of sedation and difficulty breathing that caused the CO2 level to rise, or the breath to stop, the heart to stop, which led to the death. I think I'm articulating that in the way I understood the previous experts. And so speak to me about why that is an implausible theory in this case.
Sir, that's a plausible theory in regards to the aspiration. I still am puzzled why the patient, if they aspirated, why the morphine level is not at high levels. So in other words, they're opining, if I understand your comment correctly, that the patient aspirated, laid on the couch for a while, the morphine was then metabolized, we can no longer detect it, it was less than trace, and then the patient died. Is that what I'm understanding?
More or less, that's yes.
Let me tell you, I can also make a lot of speculative in a drug abuser, and I gotta admit, I'm a little incensed at people making that up, because I can make up that he had a cardiomyopathy and had a dysrhythmia. I can make up that someone suffocated him. I can make up a lot of things that may have happened. It comes back down to, for you as a panel to understand, and again, I'm stunned that anybody would make this up. If the patient died, and I will tell you, I take care of a lot of these patients, when they aspirate, they will be coughing. They will not be doing well with that aspiration. And if they're talking about that they had an aspiration large enough to then kill them, that should have occurred then when the morphine level was still elevated. So to have time pass where the aspiration was that big to cause their death, and then later on they die, the morphine has been metabolized now hours later, and we can't detect it below trace. That is a made up story. And I don't know why someone would do that, but as a clinician who takes care of these patients all the time, that's not plausible. Now, what I will tell you, what is potentially plausible, there's lots of things that are plausible in this. One is cardiac dysrhythmia. One is he injected something else that they didn't detect. I wish we had more blood and urine to do more analytics. We do not have that. In my practice, we see a lot of substances that are injected. These are mixed drugs, and they very rarely get what they think that they're getting. And so this was a suboptimal forensic toxicology and a suboptimal uh, uh, analysis. And so I got to admit, I'm frustrated at this case. And part of the reason I agreed to come on this case, it's just, again, stunning to me that this was diagnosed in the way it was.
Does the witnesses reporting heavy snoring from the victim while he was sleeping on the couch that went on for quite some period of time, does that mean anything to you?
So snoring can occur for many reasons. Certainly we see it with opioids. My wife snores. There's many people who snore. Again, yes, it can be associated with opioid toxicity. It can be associated with many things. Position on. It's one of the things that you could say, yeah, that's related, but it would certainly be nice to have a morphine level that also went along with that. That's part of the whole picture that we're looking at. But I can't say that a patient who's snoring who has an aspiration is secondary to morphine, even though the morphine is no longer there.
If the aspiration happened at a point in time when the morphine level was high enough to sedate the gag reflex, and then the pneumonia happened over the next couple of hours, but there wasn't further aspiration, would you still have a gag reflex if you had the stomach contents already into your lungs but not actively coming through?
At the time of death, that morphine level is below trace. The time of death, he had a gag reflex, right? There's not morphine there that they're detecting in levels that would depress his gag. If that were true, my patients who are getting morphine wouldn't have a gag either. So that, again, doesn't make sense to me. And
No, I didn't ask a good question. Let me try it again. Assuming that the aspiration happened at a time when he was heavily sedated as a result of morphine, but it was a one-time event, and then at the time of death, he was no longer aspirating, but the stomach contents were already in the lungs, creating the pneumonia. Would you have a gag reflex if the stomach contents were already in the lung, but you weren't continuously aspirating.
Yeah, your gag reflex stays intact as long as something's not suppressing it. So, for example, the patients who I have who've taken our opioid overdoses, they subsequently are intubated, which is certainly going to give them a gag reflex. Even after intubation, right? I have someone who's sedate from an opioid who has an aspiration pneumonia. I just intubated them. They will still be coughing because of that endotracheal tube I put in place. And I have to give them other drugs to sedate them, depending on how much morphine is in their system. And by far the majority of my overdoses that come in pretty sedate and have aspirated, when I intubate them, I have to give them additional drugs to keep them down because that gag reflex is still intact and that endotracheal tube irritates them. Not 100%,
So is it,
but go ahead.
in my understanding that while the gag reflex would be back, but if they already had the material in their lung, they would be coughing. They'd wake up coughing because they would no longer be sedated enough to prevent from coughing. So even if they weren't gagging, they'd be coughing if the material was in the lungs.
Correct. And so, one of the questions I think to ask further pathologists too, but when I looked at it, you're absolutely right. He's got a morphine level that's trace. It's less than 50 nanograms per mil. Gag reflex would be intact at that time. So would his coughing. And so all those things should be occurring. Now, if they're arguing that he had so much aspiration that his carbon dioxide levels went up and that was a narcotic and that caused them not to wake up, well, that's pretty spectacular. That's a lot of aspiration to do that. You're knocking out all of your airways for the most part then with vomit. And I'm not sure that was what was seen at the autopsy. That's not what I read.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Holstead, I got another question for you that just came to me.
Yes, sir.
And you might want to fact check me because I was going back over my notes. So in the original report, it says morphine condition obtained was 15. So does that mean that that was the amount of morphine that was detected in the blood, the urine, or what?
Yeah, so the morphine, the 15 milligrams per liter in the urine, which was stated to be a lethal level of morphine, that was in the urine, not the blood. You remember the samples, it was either present or was trace, but never gave us a quantifiable level.
Hi, I'm Robin Colbert. I want to run a statement by you that one of the expert had said when somebody questioned the individual, and it went something like this: but for the morphine, this individual would not have died.
And again, I have to ask, how can you state that if the morphine level is trace? What people are doing is making assumptions that the morphine contributed or was directly a result of the death. You can't say that. I don't know if there's another substance there that caused the death. I don't know if there's a whole nother issue that arose with this patient, whether it's sepsis, cardiomyopathy, and so I would absolutely agree if we had a detectable level that was a level that's associated with death, even a detectable one that they could quantify, 50 nanograms per mil would give us some clue. I have no clue with a trace what that level is. And this is someone who certainly has used drugs earlier in the evening. We don't know what those were. Was it morphine? Was it something else? But certainly seemed to be functioning at that time. So again, it's hard. I'm a scientist, I'm a physician, I like absolutes. I really need that blood level to tell me that morphine was the thing that resulted in this patient's death. A trace just doesn't do it for me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I want to follow up earlier. You had kindly given us the name of other national expert that we might use. I want to go back to the textbook issue because you also answered that question. I'm going to ask it in the positive. Given what you've just said, that you cannot take the trace level in the blood and the 0.15 in the urine and equate that to morphine toxicity. Can you give us a citation or come up with in a fairly short period of time, citations to treatise or authority besides the one you've given us that would back that up as well?
I'd go back to basalt. I think basalt is pretty good about, where are the lethal levels and what are you using? If I'd have to think through who states, but it's.
Would it be fair to say it's sort of black letter textbook law?
That's an assumption by all of us that we're not using urine for exposure. Urine does not tell us what's going on at the time, either during life or death. So urines are very useful to us. We certainly know he's exposed to morphine. I just don't know what kind of how that contributes. So that's why it's so important when we're doing the testing, the forensics, and what we're doing in our clinical practice, why we grab blood right away. What was the level at the time in the blood? The urines only tell us that they were past exposed, and that can be days ago.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, if not, Doctor, thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. Thank you for your time and work in this case.
You're welcome. Good luck to you all on the decisions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Judge, before we go to the next witness, can I ask the executive director a question?
Sure.
And after your answer, it may be, I don't know if it needs to be an under oath answer, but I'll leave that to the discretion of the chair. Ms. Guy-Smith, when Dr. Wolff testified this morning and talked about the but-for cause, had she ever told you or your staff that before?
I would like to call Ms. Bridenstine to go through what our conversations with Dr. Wolff were and when we learned that information.
That would be really helpful, thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, let me do that. Journal. I need that. I understand. I think that's conversation.
You are too, aren't you? You just follow, look, hey.
Let's go back on that.
Jeremy, is the next witness, would you quick on standby and let him, next expert?
She is, is she on the phone yet?
She's not on the phone yet.
Okay. Can we do that now then?
Let's call Ms. Bridenstine to go through that question with Mr. Glazier. And then while we're doing that, if you can work on getting Dr. Roberts ready. Your Honor, will you want to take a break before we have her?
That might be good. She'll be a little bit lengthy, I think.
Probably not as lengthy as the last three experts, but I do anticipate it'll probably take us an hour.
Okay.
Ms. Bridenstine, we have provided commissioners with Dr. Wolff's report. In Dr. Wolff's report, does she say that morphine was the but-for cause of Mr. Whitson's death?
No, she does not.
Did there come a point after she issued her report that commission staff spoke with Dr. Wolff?
Yes. Specifically about the facts of the case, I believe after she issued her report, we've had 2 conversations with her about her opinions, and one was last Wednesday.
And in the conversation prior to last Wednesday, had Dr. Wolff ever informed commission staff that the morphine was the but-for cause of Mr. Whitson's death?
No.
In that conversation with Dr. Wolff last Wednesday, December 8th, is that the first time that she informed commission staff that morphine was the but-for cause of Mr. Whitson's death?
Yes.
Do you have any additional information to provide as to what she said about that?
I could tell you a little bit more about our previous conversation with Dr. Wolff, if you give me a second to find our journal entry on it. On October 11th of this year, I had a WebEx meeting with Dr. Wolff, Lindsay Guy-Smith, and Beth Tanner to talk about her findings in this case. And I detailed the conversation in our journal. And during that conversation, we talked about her opinion. And she informed us that you cannot say, but for the morphine, he would not have died. She indicated that morphine.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry. Did you repeat that? Did you just say she said you cannot say but for?
That was my interpretation of what she said. Last week, she talked about how, and she testified today about how it was at this point in time. Back then, she was saying that morphine could have killed alone, or pneumonia could have killed alone, that you had competing causes of death in this case. She would have called the death as morphine toxicity and acute pneumonia. She described how she would have listed it out, the different ways she might have listed it on a death certificate. She did say that morphine was a contributing factor for death. She would not agree it was a but-for cause. She did not think that Dr. Hall got it wrong because morphine is sufficient to be a cause of death, but she would have said that acute pneumonia contributed to the cause of death. And she again stated that she believed morphine is a cause of death. If there was no pneumonia and just morphine, she would have been happy calling it morphine toxicity, that morphine contributed to death in this case. If he did not have morphine and just had pneumonia, she would have called it pneumonia. And she also indicated that she was completely confident based on the information that we had provided to her.
Thank you.
Mr. Britt, do you have some questions?
When was the last conversation with her? What date?
Last Wednesday, December 8th, I believe. And I was not present for that conversation, but Ms. Smith and Ms. Matoyan spoke with her on the phone.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Your Honor, may I request that we, and I don't know that we get it in time, but I may have a motion to do something else about the hearing. But it would be really important for me to at least see the textbooks that are being referred to and that were referred to by the last witness, just to pick up the article if we can pull them offline.
They may be online if
We'll get to
staff
it.
can locate them online. I'd ask that you provide those if at all possible. I don't know that the published textbooks will be available to us online.
We'll work on it.
Time for this meeting, but you can work on it. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, let's take about a 5-minute recess then. We'll come back at 1:45. Did I give you enough time? back to order, and I believe the next witness is with us at this point.
Yes, thank you, Judge Locke. I'm going to let Ms. Tanner let you all know what she found out over the break. And
Just before we get started with our next witness, we have contacted the witness we just talked to. He is going to send us a copy of the chapter from the Basalt book on morphine, so that will hopefully give us what we need. He's also going to check the other book he referenced, working on himself, for any relevant information chapters, and send those to us. But I want to make sure before I leave that piece that there's nothing else that you guys wanted. Basalt is, as I understand it, sort of the what they use, you know. Anybody else need anything else? Is that what we were looking for? Great.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, you may recall that earlier there was testimony the commission had received a draft affidavit from Dr. Roberts related to her review of this case when she was retained by Mr. Pritchard's post-conviction attorney and later by Wake Forest University School of Law, Innocence and Justice Clinic. We provided that to you in your brief. We also provided additional materials for Dr. Roberts to review, and she completed a final report for the commission. You've been provided a copy of that as handout 5. And a copy of her CV is handout 6. You'll want to refer to those throughout her testimony. The commission now calls Dr. Christina Roberts. Dr. Roberts, can you hear us?
I can.
Great, we can hear you as well, Your Honor.
All right, good afternoon, Dr. Roberts. Dr. Roberts, my name is Tom Locke. I am a Superior Court judge here in North Carolina. I'm chair of the Innocence Inquiry Commission. Your testimony this afternoon will need to be under oath or affirmation. I'm going to ask that you simply remain seated, since if you stand up, we won't be able to see you. If you would, just raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give to the commission this afternoon will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We'll blow her image up, or you're working on that?
Usually it goes up when she talks.
We're seeing a thumbnail image of you rather than, an entire screen monitor. That's what we're working on.
Okay, let me see, let me click layout, I guess, maybe to.
Yeah.
That worked on our end. Don't know what happened on your end.
Oh, I just clicked layout, I didn't click on anything else.
Okay, that
Full
works.
screen
Thank you.
view. Here, I'll turn that on. How's that?
Perfect.
Great. All right, Dr. Roberts, my name is Lindsay Guy-Smith. We've spoken over the phone prior to today. I'm going to ask you some questions about, a few questions about your qualifications and then some questions about your review in this case. When I'm done, then the commissioners who are seated all around the table here will also likely have some questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Did you provide a report and CV to the commission?
I did.
And do those documents outline your training, education, and experience?
Yes.
Have you done any presentations that are specifically relevant for this case?
Yes, I did some morphine toxicology research and presented that at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. The way that research came about was a physician in Florida somehow became involved in hospice deaths for the medical examiner's office. There was the free morphine versus total morphine being higher. And they subsequently ruled 8 deaths in the hospice system as homicides, an intentional overdose. And so the Medical Examiners Commission formed a committee to review all those cases with physicians and toxicologists, and decided that all those cases actually just represented normal morphine levels within a hospice patient. And so I, along with Dr. Bruce Goldberger, who's the president of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences and has a laboratory at the University of Florida, and Dr. Julia Martin, and we did a study of free and total morphine levels and found that there was extreme variability, and we supported the conclusions of the commission that those did not represent overdoses.
How did you become involved in the case that we're hearing today?
I had worked with attorney David Belster in Asheville, North Carolina in the past. He asked me to get involved in this case on the behalf of Mr. Pritchard and his family.
In reviewing this case, did you rely on your training and experience as outlined in your CV?
Yes.
In reviewing this case, did you utilize reliable principles and methods in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
In this case, were you provided sufficient facts or data for your review?
Yes.
Did you also have a chance to review the microscopic slides that were made during the autopsy?
I did.
Based on your analysis in this case, do you believe that you have specialized knowledge that will assist the commission in evaluating the autopsy that was performed by Dr. Hall and the cause of death of Jonathan Whitson?
Yes.
Have you formulated opinions in the case before the commission today regarding the cause of death?
Yes.
Does your report contain your opinions and the basis for those opinions?
It does, and I would add that since I wrote this report just this past Friday, I was given additional information, depositions of family members that were not testifying at trial, and I think that they contain very important information about the clinical presentation in this case, and so I would like to include that information today as well.
Absolutely. Judge Locke, at this point, I'd like to tender Dr. Roberts as an expert in forensic pathology.
All right, that tender certainly is.
Dr. Roberts, when you were contacted by the commission, did commission staff make it clear that we were not seeking any particular opinion from you?
Yes, you did.
Did the commission staff make it clear that we would present your findings no matter what they were?
Yes.
Did the commission also inform you that since the commission is a neutral state agency and you had been hired by Mr. Pritchard's defense counsel prior to our investigation, that we would be seeking our own independent forensic pathologist to conduct a review as well?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review the other expert reports in this case?
I have.
Did anything in those reports change the opinion that you have provided in your report?
There was only one item in Dr. McLemore's report, and I included this in my final report, is that she had knowledge that in this time frame, it was common practice for the toxicology samples to be sent through the mail to the laboratory. And so as we talked about whether or not there was any alcohol production, then that would be important there.
Okay. And you said that you also received other materials this past week, deposition and interview transcripts that would supplement, I guess, your opinion or your findings in this case. Is that accurate? Okay. What is your opinion in this case?
Well, I believe I disagree with Dr. Hall's opinion that this is acute morphine toxicity. You cannot use urine to tell the acute values of blood at the time of death. It only tells what the levels were over several days. I do not believe that the clinical presentation and the toxicology reports support a diagnosis of acute morphine toxicity.
What is or was the cause and manner of death?
As it stands right now, and I'd like to detail what I think should have been done and what was done, but as it stands right now, it could either be called bronchopneumonia with contributing factor of emphysema and a natural cause of death, or probably more appropriately, undetermined.
I want to turn now to the discussion section of your report that begins on page 8. You talk there about the elimination half-life of a drug. Why is that important to you in the context of drug overdoses?
Well, elimination half-life is the amount of time that the body clears the drug from the system half the amount. And so if you're at a lethal concentration, it's incredibly important to know what that value is, how much time has to pass before half of that lethal dose will then be eliminated from the body. And then it takes that time again to get to a quarter, and half that time again to get to 18. So in this particular case, when you're looking at morphine, there's several preparations of morphine, and you have to know what the elimination half-life is in order to make those calculations.
In your report, you note that Dr. Evans, a toxicologist, had informed you that he calculated the highest concentration of morphine in Mr. Whitson's death would have been after the second round of injections, as described by Stephanie Whitson, who goes now by Stephanie Whitson Randolph. Why is that important information to you?
Well, morphine is a respiratory depressant drug, and so knowing through the course of the day, as detailed by Stephanie, of when they did injections, it would be important to know when the highest concentrations are, because morphine's respiratory depressant effects are dose dependent. And so when the concentration is highest, when you would have the highest amount of respiratory depression and the greatest risk for death.
I want to turn to the toxicology report that was issued in this case. Can you draw any conclusions from the designation of trace morphine in the femoral blood?
Trace is just that the drug is present, but it's low below the cutoff levels. It is not present at a therapeutic, super therapeutic, or toxic level.
What is an appreciable level of morphine in the blood?
Well, and that was language that I used in my first affidavit, and that just refers to the fact that Dr. Hall was calling this acute morphine toxicity based on levels in the urine. Urine only shows you use over several days. In order to have acute toxicity from a drug, you actually have to have a measurable amount in the blood. And in this case, it was trace, so it's not even in a therapeutic range, let alone a super therapeutic or toxic range.
Turning now to levels of morphine in the urine, is 15 milligrams per liter a lethal level of morphine in urine?
No, there's no such thing as calling that a lethal level for what was in the body on or around time of death. Urine shows use over several days. It changes throughout the day based on concentration and liquid intake, and it does not in any way tell you what the person's blood levels were on or about the time of the death.
Is 14 milligrams per liter of morphine in the urine a cutoff point for toxicity resulting in death as indicated by Dr. Hall?
No, again, for the same reasons that I just stated.
What conclusions can you draw from the toxicology report in this case?
The only conclusions that you can draw is that there was recent use of morphine and perhaps heroin. Heroin breaks down very quickly into morphine and 6-man, which was not tested for, I believe, and it just tells you recent use. And the trace level shows you that, again, recent use, but the body had time for the elimination half-life to metabolize that off to the point where it was below the detection level.
I want to turn now to Dr. Hall's findings and testimony in this case. Are there any things that you think Dr. Hall could have done during the autopsy that he did not do, or that you would have wanted to do if you were conducting the autopsy?
Yes, certainly. When you do an autopsy, you can't always determine cause and manner of death in the isolation of the autopsy findings. You have to put that together with medical history, which I see no indication in the report that was sought. This is I believe, 29-year-old male who's dead suddenly. We certainly would want to know his medical history. We know from testimony that he had a history of asthma and a lot of breathing problems. and some sort of congenital malformation of his heart. And we did get more information about that in the deposition. In addition, at autopsy, since you have a sudden death of a young man who is in very good health, then you wouldn't want to just jump to the conclusion that this is going to be a drug overdose case, but you would also want to do the appropriate cultures. And so in a sterile method before the autopsy is performed, you want to do blood cultures, and you want to do viral cultures, and then cultures of the lungs as well.
And are those all things?
I'm sorry, I have one more thing to add to that. The only photographs that we received for this case are identification photographs of the face. We have report from the medical records and the family that he also had an abscess and a blood clot in his left arm. And so as there are no photographs taken of that, I cannot independently evaluate that.
And all of those things that you just outlined to us, are those all things that you would have done if you were conducting that autopsy?
Yes.
Are you aware whether there are any standard operating procedures in North Carolina with respect to how to conduct an autopsy?
The last time I checked in reference to a case, there were not. It would apply to this time frame. I don't know if they're in place now.
Would you characterize it as a commonplace practice for a pathologist to not take these extra steps that you've outlined?
No, I would not think it's commonplace. I would think that based on my training and experience, it would be expected that you would take these cultures.
Dr. Hall found that Mr. Whitson had acute pneumonia at the time of his death. Do you agree with that assessment?
I agree that he had bronchopneumonia, but I agree with Dr. Wolff's assessment that it appears by the level and widespread nature of this bronchopneumonia that it was present prior to that evening, that it was already pre-existing.
Dr. McLemore has stated that Mr. Whitson had aspiration pneumonia caused by morphine. Do you agree with that assessment?
No, I don't, because his clinical presentation of that evening, when we go through the timeline, does not match the time frame for that to occur. He may have had terminal aspiration as well. That's a very commonplace finding at autopsy, but I don't believe that we have evidence that he was tunded or snoring long enough for him to have developed that pneumonia that day. I believe it was pre-existing.
This is the court reporter. Can I please ask for a clarification of a word, please? I heard terminal aspiration. Is that the word that you meant to say, or did I mishear?
Terminal, yes, T-E-R-M-I-N-A-L. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Dr. Roberts, you used the term obtunded a moment ago. Can you tell us what that means?
So consciousness is on a level or scale. So when you're alert and conscious, and then if you're under the influence of a central nervous system or respiratory depressant drug, then you can become kind of groggy and out of it. And then as you become more towards unconsciousness, obtunded is basically very lethargic, difficult to arouse until the point where you're unconscious.
Were you able to tell or classify how extensive Mr. Whitson's acute pneumonia was at the time of death?
Just that its presence in the slides was, I think, too expensive to have formed in just a few short hours. And it appeared to be pre-existing.
Are you able to tell when he developed the pneumonia beyond that?
No.
You noted that there are granulomas. Can you tell us what a granuloma is?
Certainly. So when you're taking a pill and you're crushing it and then making a fluid and injecting it, there's a lot of large inactive particles in there, and they'll end up in different parts of the body. In the lung, in this case, he had a thrombosis from it. And then the body, when it sees these particles, wants to wall it off because it's an irritant. And so there's little cells called macrophages, I refer to them as Pac-Man cells, and they'll try to wall off these foreign materials. And several of them get together, and you'll have several nuclei in that cell to wall that off. And that takes days to weeks. It is not part of an acute pneumonia. It is a chronic condition.
And so you've described these granulomas potentially coming from crushed up pills. Would you say that those came from the drug use on the night prior and day prior to Mr. Whitson's death, or would those have come from some drug use from some other prior time?
They had to have come from his drug use prior to him even being in jail, because it takes days to weeks for these things to form. They cannot form overnight.
Are those granulomas a feature of aspiration in the lungs?
Well, you can have aspiration and not die from it, and then over days to weeks, you can develop that. Usually in aspiration, you're in the airways, and then you can have the body try to wall that off. But it's, again, a chronic thing and not an acute thing.
Is acute pneumonia a common finding in drug overdoses, as Dr. Hall has stated in this case?
Well, you can have very early aspiration pneumonia, as Dr. McLemore states, and that takes hours to days to develop. So if you have a clinical presentation of somebody doing drugs, and then, they're difficult to arouse, people trying to get them to stay awake, there seems snoring, for 12 hours or more, then you can develop within that time frame aspiration pneumonia. But it's early, very early and acute.
And when you looked at the slides for this case, did you see aspiration pneumonia in the slides?
I saw acute bronchial pneumonia, and there was some evidence of aspiration of gastric contents. That's a non-specific finding in autopsy, and you can see it in all types of death.
Specifically, thinking about aspiration pneumonia, is that a common finding in drug overdose deaths?
It can be, but again, very early and acute, and it'd have to be a situation where I just described. The other way that somebody can die in a drug overdose is they'll try to do the same amount, or they'll take too much, or it's a different drug they're not used to, and they'll actually die from direct cardiotoxicity. And that's a kind of crime scene where the person is slumped over in the bathroom, the needle might still be in their arm, or the needle and the spoon are right there on the floor next to them, and they're just slumped over and they died suddenly. They die too quickly to develop aspiration pneumonia.
How long does aspiration pneumonia typically take to develop?
Again, early acute aspiration pneumonia, hours to days.
Could Mr. Whitson's acute pneumonia have been caused by morphine?
Well, it's more likely just acute bronchial pneumonia, based on the information that we have now about his clinical presentation. He was coughing and he had a fever, so it was more likely community acquired or acquired in the jail.
So tell us a little bit about that. I believe what you're referring to is some of the materials you reviewed and the transcripts you were provided last week. What did you find in those materials that have an impact on what your opinions are?
So specifically, and there's a couple different categories here. So one I'll address is about the pneumonia, and the other I'll address about a competing cause of death, which would be sepsis. So depositions were provided for Nikki Angel, who was the sister of the decedent. And she had indicated that her grandmother had told her that when Mr. Whitson arrived that night, it was cold and rainy, and she told him that you're going to be dead with a cold out walking in the cold and rain because he was very sick. She said that he was coughing and that he had complained of a fever and he had a runny nose, and to describe him as being real sick. Then with the deposition, I'm just going to stick to the topic of the pneumonia and then come back to her testimony for other things. I had a deposition from the mother. She did not address being sick. And then a deposition from Stephanie Whitson, who was with him that day and allegedly using the drugs. She had indicated that he told her that he had been carrying a fever or having a fever over the past, I don't think she quantified the number of days. She had asked him whether he felt that was from withdrawal from pills, and he said no, that it was from something else, but he didn't clarify what that something else was, and she didn't ask. The other, and I imagine you'll ask me questions about this, do you want to detail the medical records here before he went to jail, or?
That's fine.
Okay. So, double check the dates. So I have this right. And I'm referring to my report now in page 6. On December 27th, he went to the emergency department via ambulance complaining of pain, redness, and swelling in his arm. He had reported that a friend had injected him with a solution of drugs in his vein in his left antecubital fossa, which is the front of your elbow. And the pain and redness had worsened over the week, and then when he developed a fever and chills, he was encouraged to go to the emergency department. At the emergency department, with a CT scan, he was diagnosed with a blood clot within the vein of that arm, and it was noted that his skin was red and very swollen and indurated. Indurated means the soft tissues are very hard, and there was a probable abscess or an infection in his arm. So that was treated with IV antibiotics, myosin, and when he was discharged, he still had a firm induration of his arm as noted by the physician, and he still had pain extending his arm. So he was discharged on December 30th. He was supposed to follow up in 2 weeks at a clinic, and he was supposed to take oral antibiotics, clindamycin, 4 times a day. So we know from the recent deposition from Stephanie that she was with him during that hospitalization. He was not sent home with medications to take, and that's typical. They usually don't give them to you in the hospital. They write you a prescription for them, and you go and have it filled. She had stayed with him for a couple days. She did not see him take any prescription medications, nor did she know that he had filled a prescription. She did note him to be injecting drugs at that time, but did not see him take any prescription medication. So without that antibiotics, that infection is inadequately addressed. It is not, if you don't take the antibiotics, then you're going to get the infection again. We don't know if that prescription was filled. He was certainly not seen taking those prescription medications. And then he was incarcerated 7 days after he got out of the hospital. We know from reviewing the jail records that he was not given any medication during the time that he was in jail, and he received no medical care. So we know from the records that this infection was inadequately treated. We know from the family's phone calls with him at the jail shortly before he was discharged, and that is in the deposition of Annette Green, his mother, that even shortly before he was released from jail, he was complaining about that arm hurting and aching. The mother, when he died, noted that his left arm was up behind the bed and the pillow, but if you review the crime scene photos, you'll see that his arms are down under the blanket. Vicky Angel, his sister, testified that when her mother was out of the room after he was discovered dead, that she lifted his arm and she could see that it was swollen and from the shoulder to the elbow, but especially in the area of the elbow, and that it was red. And so she witnessed that, and then the blanket was put on so that when the police took photographs, no photographs showed his arm, and then, of course, the autopsy, they did not take photographs of his arm. So it's a very high likelihood, based on all of this, that he still had an infection in his arm. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's okay. Having reviewed all of that information, could cellulitis and the probable abscess that he's described as having in December 2010 have contributed to his death?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Well, because cellulitis can become a bloodstream infection or sepsis, which can lead to death. And then blood clot can also embolize to different places of the body, go to the heart and go to either lungs or the brain.
Did Mr. Whitson have sepsis?
I don't know if the cultures weren't done. You can sometimes see indications on the microscope slides. The lungs already had bronchopneumonia, so it makes it difficult to see in there. You could perhaps see some signs around the blood vessels in the heart, but I found from the histology slides there was a lot of what's called artifact tissue fracturing of the heart material, where large chunks were missing. That is either from poor fixation from putting too thick of sections of heart in, or it could be some process of the fixation or the blade that was doing the cutting, but there was large pieces of that tissue missing. So I didn't see any signs of sepsis on the slides, but there also was autolysis, which means the breakdown of cells after death, so that makes it harder. But the culture certainly would have helped within that respect, especially the lung cultures and the blood cultures.
And can sepsis cause death?
Yes.
Are there any guidelines about how the cause of death should be determined?
There's no national standards. It's from your training and experience.
How often would you say deaths are classified as undetermined?
It's a small percentage of medical examiner cases.
And what does undetermined mean?
Well, again, cause of death can often be determined by autopsy and combining that with other investigative factors. The manner of death is based on how something came about. So let's say that you have somebody that has been in a car wreck and died and they have blunt force trauma. Well, did somebody run them over with a car? That's homicide. Did they accidentally run their car into a tree? That's accident. Did they purposely run their car into a tree? And that's suicidal. And so undetermined is when it's not a natural cause of death and you can't decide on the other categories. So it's listed as undetermined.
What contributed to the cause of death in this case?
Well, I think that it's important, before I answer that question, to discuss the clinical presentation here and what the root cause was. It was alleged that it's alleged that this is acute morphine toxicity. So over the course of the day, the two did equal number of injections of crushed morphine pills that were made into a liquid. As we talked about earlier, the highest concentration would have been after the second injection. And so, since morphine is a dose-dependent respiratory depressant, the highest point of that day, where they would have the most respiratory depressant effects, would have been after that second injection. They were both up walking around and talking. They were not laying on the couch, nodding off. They weren't attended. Stephanie actually went and met her godmother, which we know from the recent depositions at Hardee's. We knew that she met somebody, we didn't know who. And she stated that she was walking and talking just fine, and her godmother didn't even know that she was high. And they went back to the residence and allegedly did more drugs. So I think what was key at trial was the timeline and the information was provided. So it appeared that Christine Angel was offered on the stand that Jonathan Whitson was seen snoring loudly for more than 12 hours before he was found dead. And as you look at what she actually testified and the other witness statements, that's not accurate. She actually testified that she went to bed in police statements at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 10 o'clock. Stephanie Whitson said she left at 10 till 10, so let's say 10 o'clock. Granny said that she told him to go to bed, but she testified that she never actually saw him go to bed. And then we knew initially that he got up 3 times during the night, and each time he did, he went into her room and said that he loved her. So he was up walking and talking. What we know now from the additional discovery is the police had interviewed Nathan Angel, which is Jonathan Whitson's stepfather. And that is present in discovery as handwritten notes from the police officer or investigator that interviewed him. It was not typed up as a supplemental to include in the police reports. And because he was dead at the time of trial, it was my understanding that the jury never heard his statements. So what his statement was, after Stephanie left, Jonathan actually left Christine Angel's home and came to his house, which was I think somewhere they said 300 yards away. He had a home that had electrical issues. That's why he was staying with Christine Angel at the time. So in those handwritten statements by the officer, Nathan Angel stated that Jonathan came to his place and they stayed up for an unknown amount of time talking, hanging out. Then when they decided to go up to the house, they both walked up to the house and then they talked for some time more. We don't know what that time period is. But we do know that when Nathan Angel went to bed, Jonathan was sitting in the living room, sitting up watching TV. He was not laying on the couch obtunded or groggy. He was not in any way ever, in any witness statements have ever said that he was groggy or out of it or he couldn't be aroused. Then from Nathan Angel's statement, we know that at 4 or 4:30, he was seen to be snoring loudly. And Wade, who is their father, just shook Jonathan and he stopped snoring as loudly. So he was arousable. He was arousable at that point. There's conflicting information at 8 or 8:30, perhaps 9 a.m. He was still snoring. Nobody tells a volume. There's some information that Granny says that he was snoring at 10:30 when she came home from the grocery, but then she testified that she wouldn't know because she was in the kitchen cooking. At 10:40, when Nathan Angel's son shook Jonathan, it wasn't Nathan Angel, it was one who testified. I want to make sure to have that right. So when they shook him that morning, they knew he was dead right away. And so it's unlikely that he was snoring 10 minutes prior and then died. I initially thought perhaps that they knew he was dead right away and didn't tell EMS to come and try to revive him because he must have been cold and stiff at that point, which meant that he had been dead for a little while. Nikki Angel's deposition says that she was really upset that they didn't call the ambulance because he was still hot to the touch when she got there, and she felt like he could have been revived. So the takeaway point from this is the clinical presentation is critical. After The two of them did the same amount of drugs. They were up walking and talking. People didn't even know they were high. They were not laying around. People have to try to wake them up. And this is extremely important for a respiratory depressant drug, especially when the highest dosage was at midday. It was assumed and sort of adopted at trial that he went to bed at 9 and snored all throughout the evening, and that wasn't the case whatsoever. We don't know what time he went to bed, but we do know that the 3 times he came into Granny's room had to be after he returned back to the house with Nathan Angel, his stepfather, because he wasn't even in the home to be able to go into her room 3 times. So whatever time that was, whether it was 11 or midnight when they got back to the house, then he had to have went into her room 3 times after that, because he wasn't physically in the house. And so all of this is my basis for, there's absolutely, you cannot call this acute morphine toxicity. It's not consistent with the clinical picture that we see.
And Dr. Roberts, I know that in the materials you reviewed, everything you saw indicated that Mr. Whitson and Stephanie Whitson injected the same amount of morphine. Would your assessment of this change at all if you learned that Mr. Whitson had actually injected more morphine than Stephanie Whitson?
Even if he had injected more, let's say double, then I would expect her to just be acting high, and if he injected enough for it to be a respiratory depressant and toxic, then he would distribute symptoms of that. He would be groggy. In typical cases where you read the history, people are getting high together, one person does too much, and the other person's trying to keep them awake, saying, don't go to sleep, you have to stay awake. And they'll yell at that person, say, oh, you're ruining my high. And then they go to sleep and they're snoring, and that's not the clinical picture at all.
All right, and you may have answered this, but I just want to be clear on the record. Did morphine directly contribute to Mr. Whitson's death?
No.
Was morphine a contributing factor in Mr. Whitson's death?
Not in my opinion, no.
Did morphine play any role in Mr. Whitson's death?
I would say that in a broader category, his chronic drug use probably contributed to his death, whether it was cellulitis or sepsis, blood clot perhaps. I think the chronic drug use probably was important.
Thank you. Commissioners, that's all the questions that I have for Dr. Roberts, but I'm sure that some of you may have questions.
Commissioners, any questions?
I have a question. Dr. Roberts, this is John Boswell. I'm one of the commissioners. The granulomas that you saw in the lungs, how long, if ever, would it take for the body to get rid of those such that you didn't see them anymore?
Well, they don't really get rid of them per se. They just kind of, it gets walled off. And then if you're looking at it in 3-dimensional, it's walled off and very tiny. But then when you're doing your microscope slides, you're cutting into that. And so you see the granular material in there. Eventually the body might just scar it over as calcification, but that takes a very long time.
Did you see any evidence of sepsis in any of the slide material, in the heart or the lungs or the liver or anything?
I did not see it in the lungs or kidney, and then again, it could have been present in the lungs, but you have acute bronchopneumonia, and so it would be harder to see that.
Those are my questions. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Other questions? All right. Well, Dr. Roberts, thank you very much for your time and work in this case and for being with us this afternoon.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get out there.
Yes.
Yeah, you may sign off. Thank you.
It will take us just a few minutes to get Dr. Evans on the phone, so we would appreciate just a short break, Your Honor. But before we do that, just wanted to provide an update. The hospital records for Mr. Whitson from birth to 10 years, the hospital is working very hard to get those. They have a goal of 5 p.m. today, if they can get them to us. They are on microfilm and they are very difficult and time consuming. So that is the update that we have on that.
Let me make one other statement, Commissioners. You may have noticed that since the lunch break, Ms. Smith has not spent quite as much time qualifying the witnesses as experts. Please rest assured that is not because she thinks the witnesses who have been called since lunch are any more credible or less credible than witnesses called yesterday or this morning. It was at my request and an effort simply to expedite and streamline proceedings, because we do understand we're operating under some time constraint. And it was also based on my earlier review of the CVs of all of these witnesses. It's my belief that all of them would easily qualify as expert witnesses before any Superior Court judge at this state if tendered. So just that statement for your benefit. All right, 10 minutes, be enough time to come back?
Absolutely, yep.
All right, 10 minutes. Back to order.
Commissioners, given that we have already heard from 5 experts between yesterday and today, I'm briefly recalling Ms. Bridenstine just to give you a bit of a roadmap of what we expect to hear from Dr. Evans in a few minutes. She's still under oath, Your Honor.
Yes, yes.
Ms. Bridenstine, understanding that you are not an expert witness or have no medical expertise, to preface Dr. Evans, can you let the commissioners know what important points we expect to hear from him, kind of in light of what we've heard from the other experts?
Sure. We are specifically looking for him to explain how he was able to estimate the concentration of morphine throughout time in the blood of Mr. Whitson. And then there were 2 points in his report that we wanted to understand what the how he came up with those opinions, and that would be from paragraph 10 and 13 of his reports, where he states, quote, "When a person dies from a morphine or ethanol overdose, they usually die because the concentration of morphine or ethanol in the brain at the respiratory center is so high that the person stops breathing," end quote. And then the other point is, quote, "With only trace concentrations of morphine in the blood, the effect on Mr. Whitson's breathing would be negligible to non-existent at the time of his death," end quote.
Commissioners, you may recall that earlier there was testimony that Dr. Christina Roberts had consulted with a forensic toxicologist to evaluate the toxicology testing when she was reviewing the case for Mr. Pritchard through the Wake Forest School of Law, Innocence and Justice Clinic prior to the commission's investigation. At the request of Dr. Roberts, Dr. Evans finalized his report and provided it to the commission. You've previously been provided that report as handout 7, and Dr. Evans' CV is handout 8, and you'll want to refer to those throughout his testimony. The commission now calls Dr. Andrew Evans.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Evans. Dr. Evans, my name is Tom Locke. I'm a Superior Court judge, and I am chair of the Innocence Inquiry Commission. We are going to ask that you testify to us, please, under oath or affirmation. If you would, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give to the commission this afternoon will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much, sir. If you'll hold on or stand by one moment, all we've got of you is just a thumbnail image of you on the monitor. We're trying to see if we can blow that up.
If you could just say something.
Sure. What I'm seeing is my video going on.
Okay, you're good.
Gotcha.
It just takes a minute of you talking for you to come up big on the screen for us. So, Dr. Evans, my name is Lindsay Geis-Smith. I'm the executive director here at the commission. We spoke on the phone last week. I have a few questions for you today, and then potentially the commissioners around the room will have questions when I am done, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell the commission how you became involved in this case?
Yeah, I was asked by Dr. Roberts to take a look at this case while it was under review by Mr. Mark Rabiel at Wake Forest University.
And have you been paid anything in connection with the case?
No, I'm doing this case solely pro bono.
Did you provide a report and a CV to the commission?
Yes, I did.
And do those documents outline your training, education, and experience?
Yes.
They also have the number of times you've testified as an expert and in what types of cases?
Yes, correct.
Based on your analysis in this case, do you believe you have specialized knowledge that will assist the commission in evaluating the toxicology testing that was performed by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner's Toxicology Lab in Raleigh, North Carolina?
Yes, I do.
Does your report contain your opinions and the basis for those opinions regarding the toxicology testing?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, based on the information provided in Dr. Evans' report and CV, I'd like to tender him as an expert in antemortem and postmortem toxicological interpretation.
All right, that tender is allowed.
Dr. Evans, when commission staff first talked to you, did they explain to you that our agency is neutral and independent?
Yes.
After you provided your report to the commission, did you receive some additional materials, including other expert reports from the commission?
Yes, I did.
And has anything in the documents that you received after providing your report changed your opinions or your report in any way?
No, my opinion's the same.
And what is your opinion in this case?
My opinion is that I don't think it can be concluded that Mr. Whiteson's death was caused by morphine.
Are there any guidelines about whether or not a toxicologist can opine as to the cause of death, the absolute cause of death in a case?
Not that I'm aware of. I think it's usually best to be collaboration between pathologist and toxicologist.
And did you collaborate with Dr. Roberts in this case?
Yes, we talked about the case.
Could the ethanol that was detected in Mr. Whitson's aorta blood sample be attributed to anything other than Mr. Whitson drinking alcohol?
Well, in the aorta, it was 0.04 grams per deciliter. So it could cause mild intoxication, but certainly not close to being to the level that would cause death.
And thank you for that. But my question, I think, is a little bit different. Is there anything other than ingestion or consumption of alcohol that would cause Mr. Whitson's blood alcohol level in the aorta to be 0.04?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, it is possible. You could have fermentation after death within the body, or you could have fermentation in a blood sample that was collected. And the time difference between when Mr. Whiteson died and when he was autopsied and blood was collected is fairly short, so it's probably not very likely that there was fermentation in the body, but it could be very possible that there was fermentation in the blood sample after it was collected, especially if there was already bacteria in Mr. Whiteson's blood.
And when you say bacteria in the blood, what kinds of things would that be from?
If he had sepsis.
Moving on to paragraph 10 in your report, you state, quote, when a person dies from a morphine or ethanol overdose, they usually die because the concentration of morphine or ethanol in the brain at the respiratory center is so high that the person stops breathing, end quote. What is the basis for that opinion?
So that is based on basically the most critical principle of toxicology, that is, the dose makes the poison. So at a low concentration, a drug is going to have very little effect. As that concentration increases, the effect of that drug will also increase. And this has been known since the 1500s. A Swiss physician named Pericles coined the phrase, the dose makes the poison, basically saying that anything can be poisonous depending on how much you give. You can even die from drinking too much water. And and it's just the amount or the concentration that is going to cause that effect.
I want to go back real quick, back to the reasons why alcohol may appear in the blood sample after a person dies that's not from ingesting alcohol. You said it could be it could develop in a blood sample that's already been collected by like bacteria like sepsis. Is it possible that it could also develop in that sample during transport to the lab from the medical examiner, for example, if that transport is through the USPS?
Well, that's when it would occur. You would have blood in the vial, and I'm saying if someone already had bacteria in their blood from something like sepsis, that would then allow the bacteria to ferment inside the vial. And if you're shipping this in a non-refrigerated or non-frozen manner, then the chances of those bacteria being able to grow and ferment would be higher than if this were shipped frozen.
So would you have to have some bacteria in the blood in order for that to occur?
Yes.
In other words, if the blood didn't have any bacteria, would it create alcohol on its own just by virtue of being shipped?
No, but you could get bacterial contamination during the collection, depending on how it's done. So it could be through maybe the needle that they're using brushes up against the body or something else. That could also cause it. I'm just saying, like, if you have a condition where someone already has bacteria in their blood to begin with, then they're ready to go. They might even be producing some ethanol in the body before collection.
Okay. If there were preservatives in the test tube or sample container for the blood, would those preservatives prevent the formation of ethanol if the person had some kind of bacteria?
It's meant to reduce that from happening, but it's still possible for the bacteria to grow and ferment even with the preservatives, especially if they're being shipped without being refrigerated or frozen.
And is
it makes it less likely.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying the preservatives make it less likely, but not impossible.
And is the value of a 0.04 the type of value you would expect to see if the blood was fermenting after it had been collected?
I don't know exactly. I believe it sounds like a reasonable concentration.
Thank you.
And that would all depend on conditions and how much bacteria, how much probably sugar that's in the blood. So all the different, there's lots of variations and factors that can go into determining how much alcohol will be produced. So it's not like you could just say, yes, when you see fermentation in the vial, it always produces 0.04. You can't say that. It's dependent on too many variables.
Thank you. I'm going back, and I apologize for jumping from these two things. When we were talking about that paragraph 10 of your report, you used the phrase usually die. What are the circumstances for which people die from morphine overdoses, even when the concentration of morphine is not high enough to stop them from breathing?
It could be something where it impairs them to the point where they could have an accident, like driving a car, and die from traumatic injury. Or you could even have something where it impairs them so that they get into a certain position that might not be able to allow them to breathe, that they could die because they're too impaired to get themselves out of that position. So this could be seen like it's called positional asphyxia. Like if someone is impaired and they fall off a bed and somehow get pinned between the bed and a dresser or something to a point where they can't breathe. If they're so impaired they can't get out of that position, that they could die from that.
Looking at the designation of trace morphine in the femoral blood, can you draw any conclusions from that designation?
You can only say that at some point in time, Mr. Whiteson had consumed morphine, but beyond that, you can't make interpretations.
In paragraph 13 of your report, you state, quote, with only trace concentrations of morphine in the blood, the effect on Mr. Whitson's breathing would be negligible to non-existent at the time of his death, end quote. What is the basis of that opinion?
Again, that's the core principle of toxicology. If you have very low concentrations of a drug, it doesn't matter how toxic it is. If those concentrations are too low to cause death, death is not going to happen. You have to have a concentration that reaches to a high enough level where it's going to cause death. And so there's also a principle called threshold. So threshold pretty much means at very low concentrations of drug, nothing is happening. A drug, in order for a drug to cause its effect, it has to bind to a receptor on a cell and then elicit a response in that cell. If the concentration is so low, it's not really binding on to very many receptors and not activating very many cells, there's going to be no appreciable effect on the person. If you have a concentration that's below this threshold level, you won't see any effect from that drug. It's not until the concentration gets higher than a threshold concentration that you'll start to see physiological effects from that drug. So at a level that says trace, we have no idea what the actual concentration is. So it could be 0 if that concentration is below that threshold with no physiological effects occurring. But we don't know because it's not quantitative.
Okay. On paragraphs 15 to 18 of your report, you've included some extrapolation, calculations, or estimates. Is it standard practice for toxicologists to try to figure out how much morphine is in the blood throughout a relevant period of time?
I don't know that I would say it's standard practice. What practice you do on which case really depends on the case and what information you need to find out. Basically, all I was doing was applying reported half-lives of morphine and trying to see how much drug was still in Mr. Whiteson's body at a certain time based on those half-lives. And those half-lives were published in Basalt's deposition of toxic drugs in man.
Can you repeat that? Basalt's deposition of toxic drugs?
The book is called Deposition of Toxic Drugs and Chemicals in Man. And this is the 12th edition by Randall Basalt.
Thank you. Is there any speculation that's involved in doing kind of those extrapolations or estimates?
There is. There's no solid timeline that I can go off of as to when Mr. and Mrs. Whiteson had taken the morphine, but there was some testimony from Mrs. Whiteson about relative amounts of time as to when they were taking the different doses of morphine. She had stated that it was probably the first session was around 3:45. Second session was sometime before 6 p.m. because she had left to go eat dinner at that time, and then sometime around 8:30 or so. So there is some speculation as to when each dose was actually taken.
And aside from the basalt book that you have just shown us, is there any other literature that supports these calculations being made in a case like the one before us?
I can't think of a book or something about that, but it's basically all you're doing is applying the half-life to the time interval between when they took one dose and the next dose, or the last dose and when Mr. Whiteson was found dead. So it's a very simple calculation. You're just applying the half-life of that drug to the case.
Could Mr. Whitson have survived? Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I would just say it's probably not standard practice, but I believe that it's done in many cases.
Could Mr. Whitson have survived the peak concentration of morphine in his body but still died from the effects of taking morphine? Is that a possibility?
It's possible if the concentration of morphine was so high that it set into motion something that continued on its own without the morphine that then eventually led to death.
Do you have any examples of what types of things that could be?
It could be something like the morphine is blunting the cough reflex. It can also cause people to get nauseous. They could vomit and aspirate the vomit into their lungs. Somehow they live for many, many hours after that. Then maybe they would still have time to metabolize the morphine. But I mean, at that point, the morphine is no longer acting on them at the time that they die.
All right, commissioners, those are my questions for Dr. Evans. Do commissioners have questions?
Mr. Blake?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Doctor. Regardless of whether the accuracy of the extrapolations, would it be correct to say that with only trace amounts of morphine in the blood and only 1.5 in the urine, that there was appears to be less than threshold amounts of morphine consumed?
Yeah, I think that's a safe assumption to say. At the time of the death, the trace amount, I'm sure, was below Mr. Whiteson's threshold.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, does any other commissioner have any questions? If not, Dr. Evans, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, At this point, the last witness would be Dr. Hall, if commissioners have questions for him. While I originally did not have any questions for him, based on some of the testimony over the last 2 days, I do have one question for him. I wasn't sure if commissioners also might want to ask him questions. And I'm happy to tell you what my question is and see if that's a question that you all want answered. Okay, my question is just to know whether or not he recalls whether there were preservatives in the tubes, the blood collection tubes, in 2011 in this case. That's the question that I would have for him. I would also ask him, whether it was shipped refrigerated or frozen. He had said in his deposition it was shipped via U.S. Postal Service. And so those would be our questions.
Would he be testifying live or virtually?
He would be testifying via WebEx as well.
Well, how long would it take to get him on the line?
Hopefully very quickly. He's expecting this.
Lindsay, I would be interested to know about the preservative too. I'm not sure that I would necessarily call him just to ask that question, but if we're gonna call him, let's ask that question.
Okay. Dr. Hall is ready. If y'all are ready, we just need to get him on the line.
We're ready whenever you are.
Okay.
Thank you.
Why don't you ask him? Seems named to him. Toxicity. I'm just kidding.
Somebody starts, he'll follow.
He's not gonna recant.
No.
So what's the?
He's not going to get that just about the blood. I'm calling Dr. Roberts.
That's all the days here.
Two closest way contacts. We're also contacting
Thought about it.
Commissioners, while we wait on Dr. Hall, the update on the resources that were requested, Dr. Holstead has not provided those chapters yet. Staff is currently contacting Dr. Roberts to see if she has those, also contacting the public libraries in Wake County and the NC State Library to see if any of them have those. Did I miss any? Nope. Okay, so that is the update on that. And as of now, we're still waiting on the hospital records.
Jason, is he on?
I don't see him on yet.
We changed that as 5 of the 8 now, right? It's not unanimous for referral unless there's a confession.
No, it's 5.
If there's been a confession, it's gotta be 8.
Yeah, it's a plea or something.
If you plead, it's 8, otherwise it's 5.
Yeah, when
What?
it goes to the jury like this one did, it's 5.
If it goes to the jury, it's 5.
5. But if he took a plea,
Well, right, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
It's the plea.
Plea, it was 8 for us, yeah. We just
but I know
changed that
what you're
last
talking
year.
about.
Commissioners, I'll remind you that the WebEx is still live. And so all comments can be heard by the public at this time.
Oh, okay.
What you saying?
No, I forgot to.
That's fine.
Sorry, he's by his computer.
She can talk, but we can't.
That's not what you read.
The same reason why everyone of them. It's not supposed to be. there.
Amazing.
I'm at the meeting right now.
All right, let's come back to order.
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hall.
Hey,
Can you hear us clearly?
yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
I sure can.
All right. Dr. Hall, my name is Tom Locke. I'm a Superior Court judge and I'm the chair of the Innocence Inquiry Commission. I think Ms. Smith will have a couple of questions for you. Then perhaps a couple of the commissioners will have some questions. We do ask that testimony before the commission be under oath or affirmation. So if you would, raise your right hand, please. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before the commission this afternoon will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Affirm, yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Hello, Dr. Hall.
Hey.
My name is Lindsay Geis-Smith. I'm the executive director here at the commission. As Judge Locke pointed out, I just have a couple of questions for you. So that you're aware, the commissioners in the room have been provided prior to this hearing a full copy of your deposition transcript with Ms. Bridenstine, a staff attorney with the commission. So they've already got your full testimony there. And I just have a couple of quick follow-up questions for you, and then they may have some questions as well. In thinking back to the samples, the blood sample that was collected at Mr. Whitson's autopsy, do you know whether that sample would have been put into a vial or container with any kind of preservatives in it?
Well, again, that's been a while, but to the best of my recollection, those were collected with either in purple top or gray top tubes, and they both have a preservative.
What is the purpose of that preservative?
It's to stop the cellular breakdown.
Would it also prevent any fermentation of the blood?
No, wouldn't prevent it. I mean, because you could still get a, I mean, if the, it would slow it down, but it wouldn't prevent it. If a sample was delayed in shipping, for instance, and was out in the hot sun, you may get increased in an alcohol level, for instance.
And as I recall, you said in your deposition that the samples would have been shipped using the United States Postal Service. Is that accurate?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
And do you recall whether when those samples were shipped through the United States Postal Service, if they were shipped refrigerated or frozen in any way?
No, ma'am. I usually do the autopsy one day and ship them the very next day. They're typically kept in the refrigerator after collection and before shipment.
And then when they were shipped, would they be shipped with any kind of special designation, like overnight, or just through the regular mail?
It's just through the regular mail.
Commissioners, those are my questions for Dr. Hall. Do any of you have questions?
Yes, yeah.
Hello, Dr. Hall. How you doing, sir?
Good. Hope you're all right.
I'm good, thank you. I got maybe one question. Just trying to get an understanding on something. Can you tell me if it's fact or opinion for the cause of death to be called a death by acute toxicity of morphine, there must be appreciable levels of morphine in the blood? Is that something that has to be factual, or that's an opinion that someone can come to?
There has to be certain levels of morphine in the body, either in the blood or in the urine.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, Dr. Hall, thank you very much for your time during the deposition and your time this afternoon.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, sir. You also.
I don't know the hospital record. Commissioners, we do have a staff member following up on the hospital records to see how far along they are in that process. We are still working on getting the chapter from the basalt text. So those things are still outstanding. I would like to remind you, if you haven't had a chance to read it yet, that handout 50, which was previously provided to you, is the statement of the district attorney for you to review. That statement indicates that 6 experts were hired on behalf of the defendant. I will remind you that Dr. Christina Roberts and Dr. Andy Evans were hired by the defense prior to the commission's involvement in this case. Dr. Jerry McLemore and Dr. Hudson were originally contacted by the commission to serve as the commission's independent experts. However, based on the conflicts and terms in their employment contracts or restrictions on secondary employment, were unable to serve in those roles. Dr. Barbara Wolff, Dr. George Bohanick, and Dr. Christopher Holstead were ultimately hired by the commission as independent experts. All were told that the commission was seeking their opinion regardless of what that opinion was, and that any opinion rendered would be presented to the commissioners if this case went to hearing. As you have heard over the last couple of days, all of those opinions were provided to you. Dr. Wolff, Dr. Bohanick, and Dr. Holstead were not hired on behalf of the defendant. The commission's victim services coordinator, Emma Paul, has had contact with 3 members of the victim's family. All have chosen not to attend this hearing this week. None have chosen to provide a victim impact statement, so you will not hear from the victim's family members in this case. Normally, what I would do now is do a brief closing with your standard of review. However, once I close the hearing, no additional evidence can come in. So if you all would like to hold to see what the update is on the medical records and those texts, we can do that, or you can choose to proceed without those. And we should have an update, I believe, shortly as to the medical records and when they anticipate being able to get those to us, if it will happen.
Yes, sir, Sheriff.
So Judge, thank you. I know that I asked for the birth records, but I'm good now. I don't necessarily need them now. We just want to wait.
How about the excerpt from the treatise? I know Representative Blazer, you were interested in that.
I think when we get into discussions, if it becomes a major issue, I would ask us to delay our decision, but if it's not an issue for anybody else, I'm ready to proceed with that.
And Your Honor, if I may, I will remind the commissioners that if we were to extend this hearing, it would have to be completed before December 31st of this year, as we do have commissioners that will be leaving us that are in this room. And the only other option to do that beyond December 31st is we would represent this hearing in its entirety to a new group of commissioners. So,
this is purely my personal opinion and observation. I'm not sure I would understand the learned treatise if I were to read the pages themselves, but perhaps we can just wait 4 or 5 minutes to see if they can get copies of the treatise scanned and emailed to us. Would that satisfy your need?
Yes.
I'm interested in seeing it as well.
It appears a couple of folks get interested.
I'm sorry, if this is gonna be on the record, I need to hear one person speaking.
Ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Your question about the alternate, it's gonna be Tom Mr. Excuse yourself. Mr. Friend is here, we need you.
Will deliberations be taking place in this room or some other time?
They will take place in this room, so everyone who is not a voting member or myself will need to leave for deliberations. You all are more than welcome to stick around for the decision. We're also happy to give you a call and let you know the outcome if that's your preference. When we come back on the record, because I know some of you haven't participated before, it's very brief just for Judge Locke to read what the opinion is into the record, and then we can go home, so.
That's entirely up to you.
So you'll begin deliberations once you get the rest of the time not having.
Yeah, we'll take about a 5-minute break right now just to see if they can get the excerpt from the previous. Yes, ma'am, Judge Edwards.
Before you take the break, I would like to ask Ms. Brittenstein a question about two people that we've heard, we read about, but didn't hear about any attempts to contact.
Why don't we do that now? While
Yeah.
staff members are
Yes.
trying to locate
Okay.
Ronnie Stein, if you come back up, please. Of course, the witness remains under oath, as the last 2 days.
Ms. Bridenstine, in Mr. Pritchard's statement and in the statements of some other witnesses, there was testimony that Wade Angel was in the home and made an attempt to wake up Jonathan Whitson at some time to stop him from snoring. Was there ever any effort on the part of the commission to interview Wade Angel?
Yes, but Wade Angel passed away prior to the commission's investigation. I don't remember the exact date. I testified about that yesterday. But we determined that he died, and so he would have been interviewed had we.
I missed that yesterday. I apologize. Secondly, there was testimony or in someone's statement that William Angel, Nathan Angel's brother, was present at Nathan's trailer when Jonathan was there on the night of March the 5th drinking. Was there ever any attempt to contact William Angel?
Yes, William Angel, from my understanding, from my conversation with Christine Angel, lives at Christine Angel's house. I left my card there and asked him to call me. I also sent a letter to their residence. I believe Ms. Angel told me that he was not living there at the time that Mr. Whitson passed away. And there were some indications in our searches for his whereabouts that indicated that he might have had an address in Tennessee at the time. And I could also check the journal, but I spoke to another relative who told me something about Mr. Angel as well. So I can follow up with that and confirm those details for you.
Well, you're satisfied from your investigation that he was not present on March the 5th?
I would say I didn't have much information to suggest that he was there, but some people did indicate that they believed that he was there, including Mr. Pritchard. His name came up from someone else that I can't remember right off the top of my head. But he wasn't listed in the police reports as somebody who was present that morning. And of the witnesses who were interviewed for the police investigation and at the trial testimony, his name did not come up.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I have some questions for Mr. Bridenstine, if I can.
Sure.
Do we have a record of the terms of Mr. Pritchard's probation?
I would have to double check, but we obtained the probation records from DPS that they have for Mr. Pritchard, so we could look and see if those terms were listed. If that was part of the probation record that was provided to us.
The reason I ask is because he testified that under his probation terms, there were some places he couldn't go, and some, he couldn't go to Robbie's house. And I was just wondering if we had any corroboration of that in his actual probation terms, or if we didn't see that in any records.
I did not personally review them, so let me check for you, and I'll let you know if that came with his probation file to us.
Okay. And then the other question was, in his testimony, he testified about taking morphine pills a according to their, to the prescribed amount and times. And then did the police ever seize his morphine bottle, or was there any record of there being more pills gone than should have been gone based on the amount of time he last filled it and the number of pills he should have taken?
No, and he wasn't arrested in this case until several months later. But the district attorney's office did subpoena his medical records from the VA hospital, and they obtained the records all from around the date of Mr. Whitson's death and a little bit over a year, I believe, prior to that. So we have the records from the hospital, and additionally, former Chief Deputy Farmer said in his report that he had tried to obtain prescription records for both Robbie Brown and John Pritchard. He tried a couple of pharmacies in the area. He was able to find prescription records for Robbie Brown right after Mr. Whitson's death, but he wasn't able to locate anything for Mr. Pritchard.
Any pharmacy record for Mr. Pritchard?
Correct. But after he was indicted, and for this case, the district attorney's office did obtain his medical records, which included his prescription records from the VA that showed when he was first prescribed, when he would fill the prescription, and they're actually in your brief, his prescription records themselves that go back in time from, I think it was like March 10th, 2011 and back, and you can see how often he was refilling those prescriptions and on the dates.
Was there any evidence that the pills were being prescribed or received more often than they should have been based on his prescribed consumption rate?
I would say I would check the prescription records because they showed how often, when they were actually filled, and I believe he was refilling them pretty consistently every month. I don't recall if he got it a few days early or not, based on the quantity they were giving him.
Okay. Thank you. Those were the questions that I had left over.
Carter, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Ms. Bernstein, the issue came up with one of the witnesses that it took an hour for the family to call 911 after they realized that he had died. Did you, in any of your interviews, hear about that issue as to why that happened?
I don't recall hearing anyone say that there was a delay in a call to 911.
There was about a 50-minute delay in a call from 911, I think it was.
Do you recall where you saw that?
Seems like it might, well, I'll look and see if I can find that now. And I know that it was one of the doctors who also mentioned it for the defendant, that there was a delay in the call. It seems like you said at one point something about the delay and that you didn't get any other information about that. Some part of what you were talking about. Do you know what I'm talking about?
We definitely talked to witnesses who reported hearing a rumor that his body was moved before the police were called from Nathan Angel's trailer to Christine Angel's house. But we were never able to confirm from anyone that that did in fact happen.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Boswell, I believe I may do this. I will simply take judicial notice of the fact that it is a regular term and condition of probation under North Carolina General Statute 15A-1343 in all cases in which someone is placed on supervised probation, that person not knowingly associate with any known or previously convicted users, possessors, or sellers of any such illegal drugs or controlled substances, and not knowingly be present at or frequent any place where such illegal drugs or controlled substances are sold, kept, or used. So that would be in all cases of supervised probation, notwithstanding any other special conditions of probation that the judge may have imposed.
Fair enough, thank you.
Do you wish to have the staff testify about what we found in his records?
Not unless you're gonna tell me there's something different when he decides.
No, sir.
I saw Judge Mims and just caught my eye and start nodding.
Kind of whispered it over here.
We'll take a 5-minute break and then see if you have anything to report to us. We'll close the hearing.
In one moment, are there any other questions from commissioners of Ms. Bridenstine? Where she's going to answer one of your questions in a moment. She's just pulling that up now, but any others that are outstanding before we do that and then take a break? Okay. Ms. Bridenstine, after you've had a moment to look at that, I believe what you're looking for are references to the commission's attempts to locate William Angel or talk to others about William Angel. When you've had a chance to do that, if you'll please provide that information to commissioners.
Been on the spot, where you trying to find something? Should we take a break later?
That's what I was.
Okay.
5-minute break in
I would recommend that you go ahead and take a slightly longer break, get beverages or anything that you might want to be in here for your deliberations. That sounds great. 4 o'clock.
All right, it's about 12 till, be in recess at 4 o'clock. come back to order. Yes, ma'am, that's good.
During the break, commissioners were provided two handouts. Handout 54 is the chapter from the Basalt book about morphine. Handout 55, I'm gonna let Ms. Tanner explain what the commission did there. That is excerpts from Dr. Holstead's book, but I'll let her explain more.
So Dr. Holstead never got back to us about the specific chapters of his own book, which he was referencing or indicated that we should review. This is his book. We found the material online. We provided you with the table of contents, and we've done a quick scan through the book and pulled the chapters that might be relevant. I'm sorry I have not had time to read those chapters yet, but I'll be happy to do that as soon as possible.
Page 81.
There. Excellent.
Criminal poison.
I'm sorry, Mr. Glazier, could you say what you said?
Page 81.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bridenstine, do you all want to take a break to read that now, or would you like to read that once you do your start your deliberations?
Doing deliberations.
Okay. Ms. Bridenstine remains on the stand, Your Honor.
All right.
Prior to the break, Ms. Bridenstine had been asked about our efforts to locate William Angel. Have you found any additional information that you can provide to the commissioners about that, Ms. Bridenstine?
Yes. So when I went to interview Christine Angel, I asked her about William Angel. She said he was currently living with her and he had remodeled her house or helped remodel some of her house. And had changed the layout, including the area where Jonathan Whitson had passed away on the couch. She said that he was not living there at the time. She gave me a phone number that she said was his phone number. I called it and spoke to his niece who lives in Tennessee, I believe. She did not know if he was living in Tennessee at the time. I also mailed a letter to Miss Angel's resident addressed to William and did not hear back from him. After looking through the materials, his name did not come up in the police investigation. No one identified him at the time as being in the house. There is nothing in the trial transcript that indicates William Angel was around. From our interviews, Nikki Angel listed the people that she believed were present that morning. She did not include her uncle, William Angel. Annette Whitson Green said during her deposition that she thought William Angel was there and present that morning. Stephanie Whitson Randolph, during her deposition with the commission, said that he would come up sometimes to the house. She was not sure if he was living there at the time. She did not mention seeing him there when she was with Mr. Whitson prior to his death. Mr. Pritchard mentioned him in his interview with us and said that he understood that William Angel and Nathan Angel moved Mr. Whitson's body. Looking through our searches to find him in LexisNexis and CJ Leads and DCIN criminal history searches, he does have addresses listed pretty much throughout time for both Tennessee and North Carolina, including Burnsville, for this time period. It does not appear that he was incarcerated at the time in either state, although it does appear he was given 3 years supervised probation in 2008, which means he might have been on probation from a North Carolina case at the time.
All right, thank you.
Regarding the other issue about when the death was reported and if there was a delay in report, Nathan Angel was interviewed by police on September 26, 2011. He's the only person to report a time when he thought that 911 was called or when the body was discovered, when Mr. Whitson was discovered deceased, and he said approximately 10:40 a.m. The police reports indicate that the call came in at 11:33 a.m. So Nathan Angel was the only person at the time of the investigation to put a time on when Mr. Whitson was discovered deceased.
Been following up on that, on page 10 of the brief, that's the timeline. Someone was kind enough to point that out to me. It talks about, a sequence of having breakfast after 10:30, that Christine cooks breakfast and everybody but the victim eats. And then he said, or then the timeline says that Nathan tells Christian Angel approximately 10:40 a.m. to wake up the victim, and that Christian discovers him dead on the couch. And that they were in that residence. Nathan, Christine, Wade, Christian, James Angel, and another young son of Nathan's were there. And then the page 39 of the police report and the timeline there report that Yancey County got the call at the 911 call at 11:33, and that's consistent with the police report. So no one else mentioned, following up my question, Ms. Bridenstine, no one else mentioned to you that that was a kind of a long delay, or?
No one else told us what time it was when they found Mr. Whitson's body and discovered that he was deceased. The only time that I'm aware of is from Nathan Angel, who reported it roughly a little bit over 6 months after Mr. Whitson's death. The other information that's present in that particular timeline entry comes from information that was reported in other police reports. So the time just comes from Nathan Angel. The additional information in there comes from other people who spoke to the police as well.
So the police reports, the further police reports did not document anything unusual about that or document where that came from any other witnesses who were also present?
When the police discovered Mr. Whitson's body, nobody put a time on it or indicated that there was a delay in calling 911. We've obviously heard from people now who have heard a story that there was a delay because Mr. Whitson's body was moved, but nothing like that was reported at the time, except that James Whitson, Annette Whitson Green's brother, said that they had heard rumors and that Annette Whitson Green was concerned her son's body had been moved.
Okay, it was interesting. She said the timeline said they were eating breakfast, not lunch, and it's closer to 10:40. Anyway, I just wondered if there was anything else related. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Are there other questions for Ms. Bridenstine? May she step down?
Yes.
Nothing yet. Nothing. I think you get it in 10 minutes.
Mr. Glasser, on page that you referred to the salt book.
Not in that, in his textbook.
Yes.
Page
yeah.
81. The paragraph before the paragraph before conclusion.
Your Honor, that's not on the record.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
That's just a question.
I just want to let you know.
Commissioners, the latest update that I have on the medical records, which I know you've now indicated you maybe do not need, they're still working on those. I can put us a placeholder as handout 56 in the event that they come in prior to you completing your deliberations, and they will come in as handout 56 if we receive them. It sounds like maybe we'll get something in the next little bit, but the lady who has the answers is missing. So we're trying. Thank you all for your patience and attention during this hearing. This concludes the Commission's presentation of this case. Do any commissioners wish to review any additional documentation before we move to deliberations? Outside of handout 56, which we will accept if it comes in during deliberations, you may only consider what has been presented and provided to you during the open hearing during your deliberations. So if there's anything that you think we haven't presented or provided to you, that you would like to consider, now is the appropriate time to let me know. You are now asked to decide whether you conclude there is sufficient evidence of factual innocence to merit judicial review. As a reminder, Mr. Pritchard has been convicted of 4 separate crimes: second-degree murder, delivery of a controlled substance, Schedule II, which is a Class H felony, possession with the intent to sell, manufacture, and deliver, Schedule II controlled substance, which is a Class H felony, and maintaining a vehicle, dwelling, or place for controlled substances, which is a misdemeanor. As a body, we are not charged with the review of misdemeanors, so you will only consider 3 of the 4 convictions. You will not be considering the maintaining a vehicle, dwelling, or place for controlled substance. Furthermore, you have heard evidence in this case regarding both the cause of death, the possession of controlled substances, and the delivery of controlled substances. You are charged with considering all relevant evidence, which includes consideration of the evidence you have heard related to each of these convictions and whether each conviction individually merits judicial review. Please note that a claim of factual innocence in our statute includes the following: a claim on behalf of a living person convicted of a felony in the General Court of Justice of the State of North Carolina, asserting complete innocence of any criminal responsibility for the felony for which the person was convicted, and for any other reduced level of criminal responsibility relating to the crime. In this case, Mr. Pritchard has been convicted of 3 distinct felonies, each of which have their own statutory elements. Each of these crimes deserves your separate consideration, and you must ultimately vote on each distinct felony. You have 3 options as to each felony. You may decide that there is sufficient evidence and the cases will be referred to a 3-judge panel. Mr. Pritchard's convictions resulted from a guilty verdict after a trial. Therefore, 5 of 8 commissioners must conclude that there is sufficient evidence of factual innocence to merit judicial review in order for the case to move forward to a 3-judge panel. You may decide that there is not sufficient evidence and the case will be closed. You may also instruct the commission staff to continue the investigation and reconvene the hearing at a later date, again with the caveat that we will need to reconvene before the end of the year or would need to rehear the case in its entirety. At this time, I would ask Judge Locke to close the hearing to the public for the commission's confidential deliberations.
All right, before I do that, let me first make sure that the 3 commissioners for whom our alternates are present feel well and are able to proceed with deliberations. I believe that would be Mr. You feel okay, Mr. Britt? Ms. Tobin? Mr. Tobin, you feeling well?
Yes, thank you.
And then Jim Hims, you are
Mr. Glazer.
President Glazer. You feel okay? All right. But one last thing, I know 1 or 2 of the commissioners wanting to say something to staff before we
Can we,
adjourn and go into deliberations.
do you want that on the record for this hearing or separate?
Be on the record, yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Boswell.
I just wanted to express my appreciation for all the hard work that the staff did. As every case I've ever been in, the investigation has been exhaustive. You guys have put forth a very clear, organized, well-reasoned case, and with all the evidence that anybody could hope for, and I wanted to express my appreciation and my thanks for that.
Thank you.
Ditto.
All right. Thank you. All right, with that then, this hearing is, the evidence is closed. Deliberations will be closed.
Yes.
The proceeding is recessed until we reach the decision.
Correct.
Thank you. The court will be signing the chair will be signing the following order and opinion of the commission. This matter came on for hearing before the North Carolina Innocence Inquiry Commission, hereafter the commission, on December 14 and 15 of 2021, pursuant to NC General Statute 15A-1460 through 1475. After careful review of the evidence presented, the commission hereby makes and enters the following findings of fact. Number one, on March 6, 2011, Jonathan Whitson was found dead in his family's home at 410 English Branch Road in Burnsville, North Carolina. Two, in an autopsy report dated March 7, 2011, medical examiner Dr. Brent Hall identified Jonathan Whitson's cause of death as morphine toxicity. Number three, on April 17, 2014, John Pritchard was convicted after a jury trial of second-degree murder, delivery of a Schedule II controlled substance, possession with intent to manufacture, sell, or deliver a Schedule II controlled substance, and maintaining a vehicle or dwelling place for controlled substances. He received a sentence totaling 170, minimum 213 months maximum. Number four, on September 30, 2019, Pritchard applied to the commission. Pritchard submitted a questionnaire and consent form to the commission. Pritchard asserted his complete factual innocence related to the death of Jonathan Whitson, and the commission began an inquiry pursuant to Article 92, Chapter 15A of the North Carolina General Statutes. Number five, throughout this inquiry, Pritchard has fully cooperated with commission staff in accordance with NC General Statute 15A-1467, subsection G. Six, on December 14 and 15, 2021, the commission held a full evidentiary hearing in this matter pursuant to NC General Statute 15A-1468. Number seven, during the hearing, the commission considered testimonial and documentary evidence. The evidence included, among other things, A 519-page brief provided to the commission by the commission staff prior to the hearing. B, supplemental documentation provided prior to and during the hearing, including transcripts of interviews and depositions conducted by commission staff, 2 audio recordings, 55 handouts, and a PowerPoint presentation. C, expert reports and evaluations by Dr. Jerry McLemore, Dr. Christina Roberts, Dr. Andy Ewins, Dr. Barbara Wolff, Dr. George Bohanick, and Dr. Christopher Holstead. D, live testimony by commission staff attorneys Judy Bridenstine and Brian Ziegler. Additional testimony by John Pritchard, Stephanie Randolph, Dr. Brent Hall, Dr. Jerry McLemore, Dr. Christina Roberts, Dr. Andy Ewins, Dr. Barbara Wolff, Dr. George Bohanick, and Dr. Christopher Holstead. E, affidavits from attorneys Daniel Hockaday, Christine Vance, Robert Sirianni Jr., and Sophia Hernandez. And F, a statement provided by the District Attorney's Office of the 35th Prosecutorial District. At this time, I will be asking, since our votes, commissioners, are public record, I will be asking, and because I believe our vote is not unanimous, I will be asking that Ms. Guy Smith conduct a roll call vote of the commission. We will do it as to all three of the felony charges. We will start first with the offense of delivery of a Schedule II controlled substance. When your name is called, please answer yes or no. A yes vote means that you do find sufficient evidence of factual innocence to merit judicial review of the claimant's conviction and to refer the matter to a three-judge panel. A no vote means that you do not find sufficient evidence of factual innocence to merit judicial review of the conviction or to refer the matter to a three-judge panel, and to refer the matter to a three-judge panel. So, again, yes means that you would refer the matter on, no means no.
All right, this
I will
is
start first with the charge of delivery of Schedule II controlled substance.
Commissioner Colbert,
No.
Commissioner Perry,
Yes.
Commissioner Glazier,
No.
Commissioner Kimbrough,
No.
Commissioner Boswell,
No.
Commissioner Britt,
No.
Commissioner Locke,
No.
Commissioner Welch.
No.
Right. That then would be a vote of 7-1 that there is not sufficient evidence of factual innocence to merit judicial review of that charge. Now, as to the vote of manufacturing, selling, or delivering a Schedule II controlled substance. Ms. Smith?
Commissioner Colbert,
No.
Commissioner Perry,
Yes.
Commissioner Glazier,
No.
Commissioner Kimbrough,
No.
Commissioner Boswell,
No.
Commissioner Britt,
No.
Commissioner Locke,
No.
Commissioner Welch.
No.
Again, that is a vote of 7-1 that there is not sufficient evidence of factual innocence to merit judicial review of that offense. And now, as to the charge of second-degree murder. Ms. Smith?
Commissioner Colbert,
Yes.
Commissioner Perry,
Yes.
Commissioner Glazier,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimbrough,
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Britt,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
No.
Commissioner Welch.
No.
All right, that vote then is 6-2. That is 6-2, there is sufficient evidence. So the opinion will contain the following findings, and I'm picking up paragraph 8. After carefully considering this evidence, the commission has concluded by a vote of 7-1 that there is not sufficient evidence of factual innocence to merit judicial review of Pritchard's convictions of delivery of a Schedule II controlled substance and possession with intent to manufacture, sell, or deliver a Schedule II controlled substance in Yancey County case number 11 CRS 305. Paragraph 9. The commission has further concluded by a vote of 6-2 that there is sufficient evidence of factual innocence to merit judicial review of Pritchard's conviction of second-degree murder in Yancey County case number 11 CRS 304. Finally, paragraph 10 is to the charge of maintaining a vehicle or dwelling place for purposes of keeping controlled substances. That conviction is a misdemeanor, and therefore it is not statutorily eligible for review by the commission. Wherefore, pursuant to NCGS 15A-1468 subsection C, Yancey County case number 11 CRS 305 is now closed. Pursuant to NCGS 15A-1469 subsection A, and as chair of the commission, the undersigned refers Yancey County case number 11 CRS 304 to the Honorable Gary M. Gavanus, Senior Resident Superior Court Judge for North Carolina Judicial District 24, and respectfully requests that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of North Carolina appoint a three-judge panel and issue commissions to its members to convene a special session of the Superior Court in Yancey County to hear evidence relevant to the commission's recommendation. A copy of this opinion shall be filed with the Clerk of Superior Court of Yancey County and delivered to Judge Cavanus, the District Attorney's Office for Prosecutorial District 35, and to counsel for the convicted person. This the 15th day of December 2021. To be signed, Thomas H. Locke. All right. Is there any further business before the commission?
No, Your Honor.
If not, this concludes the business of the commission. The hearing of State versus John Pritchard, 11 CRS 304 and 305 from Yancey County is now adjourned. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.